Street where the loyal drums do beat and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus they had knives, bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Let us hear you tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gillishandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gillishandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Yes. Welcome everybody. It's me. What do you mean mysterious sounds? What do you mean, Vod? Oh my god, don't give me a heart attack already. I only just started. What's wrong? Anyway, okay. Yes, I'm live. It's early. I know, it's early. No one said that. No one has Oh, you just mean the music. Okay. All right. Okay. Sounds mysterious. Yeah. Okay. I love having anxiety. It's one of my favorite mental disorders. Yeah, I'm collecting mental disorders as I get older. This is what I'm finding. I'm not quite ready. I need to make a cup of tea. So if you're not quite ready, don't worry about it. But how are you all doing? It's good to see you. It's early because I've got to go and look after me gran at my mum's house because she's looking after my mum's dogs. You might remember this is a thing that happened a long time ago in like fucking 2019 if you've been around for that long. But yeah, I'm gonna go and finish my cup of tea. I'll be back in a tick. How's everybody doing? Vord, Catgirl Steph, Adorable, Johnny. I'm sorry I missed you today, dude. I completely forgot like it was today and I had to sort that out. I didn't know you'd be flying through Manchester, like, instead of staying or whatever. But anyway, we'll figure something out. Right, I'm gonna get me a cup of tea. Alright, we're sorted. We're sorted. Excuse me. But yeah, I was basically thinking about trialing this anyway, because the way that I see it is that a lot of people tend to like go bed around 11 p.m. and when I stream in the evening, I tend to stream past 11 p.m., right? And most of my audience are here in the UK. That's fair enough. Or in Europe. I know that there's a fair few in America as well. But what I think is that I want to try and see what it's like streaming at this time, basically, every month, every day, sort of like 4 p.m. till 8 p.m. or maybe even earlier, maybe like 1 p.m. till 5 p.m. kind of thing, because then that means that I'm like working in the morning, then I get to relax in the evening. Maybe that'll help with sleep. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll maybe we can trial it. I'm gonna have to trial it anyway, because that's what I'm gonna be doing while I'm doing this week, looking after my mum's dogs with my gran. So, yeah, we'll trial it. We'll see how it goes. And also, like, in the evening, there is, like, a lot of competition with people who do similar streams to me. Like, Sophie, Kira, they both stream at exactly the same time that I stream at. So, you know, it doesn't make sense to be in, like, direct competition with my friends. I would much rather my audience go and spend time with them rather than be divided and go, oh my god, who should I go and support? Should I support Sophie? Should I support Kira? Should I support Mule? Like, it makes sense. It makes sense that I should, like, change my time of streaming. You know, the thing is, obviously, I don't want to upset anyone who can't make it to the stream early in the day. But it seems like most of the, like, the core chatters are here anyway. We got Vord, we got Johnny, we got Adorable, we got Steph. You know, we got Shafiq. Even Shafiq's here. I've got a mod and everything. That's great. How you doing, Shafiq? It's good to see you. You're just awake. Well, this might just be the perfect time for you. You know? Wondering how to spend the evening. You go spend it with Kira or Sophie, like I was just saying. That's what you could do. Just have me some orange juice on a whim. Oh, crazy. Whoa, wild. Vordrella going wild. This way you'll be able to raid into their streams and have time to hang around. Exactly. That makes so much more sense to me. If I'm doing earlier streams. Just going absolutely wild. It's rock and roll over at Vord's house. Fucking rock and roll city. So, we've got a stream for you. We've got loads of stuff to be checking out today. We're going to be continuing Feek's Fuck the Police video. We're about halfway through that. I knew that we wouldn't be able to get through all of it the other day on stream, but we will certainly be getting through all of it tonight. So, very exciting. I've also got an orange. Look at that. Fuck me. So prepared today on the stream. If you don't know, please go and support the TikTok, the new TikTok, because I don't think it's doing well for a number of reasons. The first reason being that it's me calling out racism, and the content that seems to do well on TikTok is unfortunately the opposite of that. It's content that encourages racism. I was on TikTok this morning just before I got out of bed, and one of the first things that came up on a TikTok live was this woman basically like just being really mask off racist to black people. It was really bad. About the current like shoplifting thing. I'm gonna cover this like very briefly in a minute, because GB News have gone all over it, because it's like a young black woman who was caught shoplifting or something, and she punched someone in the face, and this fucking horrible so-and-so on TikTok was saying like, what's wrong with you people? Why are you so extremely violent? Like, it was just so bad. I just couldn't believe it. It's just really insane. Like, I fucking hate it, honestly. Hey Nada, how you doing? Welcome in. So anyway, with that in mind, please like, share, comment, put it in your favorites. All these things help me out. Share it with your friends in DMs. Yeah, the Peckham one. Yeah, the Peckham one, Shafiq. Yeah, GB News picked it up. One of the first things, you know. Yeah, this guy was like choking her and shit. It's like horrible. But then when you see like, you know, the fucking Talk TV coverage of it, it's like calling people, saying they have like a victim mentality and stuff. It's really bad. It's really bad. Some of the headlines that I'm seeing here, it's absolutely absurd. Bottom feeding shites. Yeah. I actually reference it in the TikTok. Like in the TikTok, I was basically showing a couple of GB News articles where they're like, you know, just being racist, doing the white supremacist propaganda stuff. And one of the ones that came up was this incident in Peckham, and it's just like this dude is just so insane. He literally, it's like putting his hands around this woman's throat and choking her. Like, this is just abusive behavior. Anyway, we'll cover more and more of this later. But yeah, it's no good. It's not good. That's unfair to deep sea marine life. It is. Bottom feeders are actually really important, aren't they? They're really important to the ecosystem. Little fellas, aren't they? You know, I'm trying to come up with some kind of a joke about being a top. Like, am I a bottom feeder by just like being a top? Is that what that is? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, surely that's what a top is. Aren't all tops just bottom feeders? Because you like feed a bottom, don't you? Yeah, anyway, it's getting gross. It's getting too much. It's too much too early in the stream. Anyway, that's that. I'm live, and that's what's going on. Right. We're gonna check out the rest of this. I'm gonna start playing the next bit of the video, next bit of Feek's video. In the video, he's already covered how and why we give police power, why the police need to go, and we're now going to be talking about prisons, the hidden agenda of prisons. Like, this is the shit that's really exciting me, because I can't wait to hear what Feek has got to say about like prison abolition. You know, I'm huge on prison abolition. Prisons are vile, inhumane things, and they need to go. So I'm very excited. So, of course, content warning for racism, content warning for police brutality. We're gonna be discussing a lot of that here on this next bit. And don't forget to show some love, to Uncle Feek. Go share, comment, like, subscribe the video, all that stuff. Help him out. He's a top lad. Play the video in a muted tab alongside the stream. Let's check it out. Let's see what part 3's got to say. Hey Valerie, what's going on?
It's 2010 and I'm in my 4th year teaching, and I'm finally starting to figure out how to survive as a teacher in a tough environment. One of the things I've learned is that you have to appreciate your wins, and one of my wins came in the form of Ben. Ben was the smartest kid I'd ever teach, and he had a snarky sense of humor that made him a pleasure to be around, but also made him a little bit of a slacker, which ended up having him have to retake 10th grade level English as a senior with me. Ben was so smart, though, that I really couldn't bring myself to make him do sophomore work that was so beneath him. To me, it was more valuable, both to him and me, to do some directed reading. So I gave him Brave New World and The Things They Carried and the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Let's go!
Stuff that I thought would be challenging for him to learn and fun to talk about with what I low-key saw as a fellow future intellectual. I remember one day he got his SATs back and he said he scored in the 80th percentile and that he was thinking about going to school in Florida, where he was originally from. And I was excited for him because Ben was, one of the good ones. And I know that's not necessarily the most kosher sentiment to have, but when you're teaching in these types of environments, you tend to latch on to kids that you can do something for, as opposed to the just larger population of kids that you're failing. A week later, literally a week after finding out about his SAT scores, I walk into my homeroom and was informed that Ben had been arrested for armed robbery. They showed me his mugshot online, and I couldn't believe my eyes. And I just kind of stared at this mugshot for what felt like hours, but what had to only be 10 minutes because it was homeroom. And I started Googling about the laws in Georgia, which told me that armed robbery had a mandatory minimum of 10 years. And Ben was only 17, which meant he'd spend most of his 20s, if not all of them, behind bars. I remember sitting at my desk for a while, just kind of in this stupor. And then my next class came in and it was time to teach. And then I remember getting up and walking to an empty desk in the front of the classroom and picking it up and throwing it as hard as I could at a nearby window. Comedically, unbeknownst to me, the window was made of bulletproof glass or some type of reinforced glass, and the desk just kind of bounced off anticlimactically and landed on the floor in a thud.
I would have done the same. I would have done the same.
Stepped outside to collect myself and think about how I may have just lost my job. Shout out to my assistant principal of that time. You know who you are. This sister came through and gathered me up and told me to go home and get myself together, and I did. But the next time I saw Ben, I was visiting him in the county jail. And then I saw him maybe once after that as he was awaiting to get his report date and trying to graduate before he had to go in. And then I didn't see him again until 2023. Man, you look good, bro. How you doing? How you been?
I'm trying, you know what I mean? Day to day in it, you feel me? Just working through the struggles, figuring it out, you know what I'm saying? One step at a time. You know how I go.
That's what's up, man. I'm happy to hear that, man. It's still wild seeing you sometimes.
Yeah, bulletproof glass in a school. That obviously that on its own is super fucked up. And this is 10 years ago. This is 2013. So not even now, where school shootings have been going up and up and up and up and up, and not even just school shootings, just mass shootings in general, all kinds of fucking shootings. This is 10 years ago. They were yeah, we need bulletproof glass in here. So, the problem was bad 10 years ago. Who was in power 10 years ago? A Democrat, which is why you should vote Republican. I'm joking. Obviously, Republicans are no better, but, it's just vile. It's just absolutely vile. But that's I don't know. It just fucks me up. It fucks me up so much. It fucks me up as well because it's like learning about like there's been some schools. No, it doesn't matter who's in power. No, of course it doesn't. We all know what I actually think about that shit. Yeah. But you know, it's hearing about the stuff in Leeds today. So like Leeds schools have been put on lockdown today, which is crazy. But it's I think it's more because of like a bomb threat or like or something like that. So kids are like probably still in prisons now. Not in prisons. There are definitely kids in prisons, but the kids are still like stuck in schools in Leeds right now. But yeah, it's a little bit fucked. So we're gonna cover that later on as well. But there's so much news today. There's just so much going on. Johnny says, I feel like we could reduce the vast majority of crime by investing resources in support of people who are struggling, roofs for the homeless, food for the hungry, counseling, mental health support, those who need it. Yeah, there's tons of research to say that that's more effective. Like, again, the vast majority of crimes that are committed, I'll say this again, I feel like I say it a lot, but maybe I don't say it enough, but the vast majority of crimes that are committed and the vast majority of people who are in prisons are people who have made petty offenses. So we're talking shoplifting, robberies, offenses that are to do with your material conditions. And to be honest, even other offenses are made because of material conditions, not necessarily offenses that would improve your material conditions, like murder and this kind of stuff. Like, these kind of things happen because people do not get the support that they need, or their material conditions empower them because they are rich and in a position of power and wealth in order to be able to get away with doing such things, right? So all these different things result in crime. It's almost like capitalism creates crime. We didn't have police before the 1800s. We literally didn't have police. So why do we need police? They don't do anything. They don't reduce crime. We had all this in the first half of the video, so you can check the VOD out if you want to see that. I'll be uploading that later. But yeah, anyway, you know the score.
Man, imagine looking in the mirror.
That's real. That's real. That's real. Man. You know, you don't look like what you've been through, man. Like, I'm happy that, and I hope that speaks to, that the world and life is treating you well in the moment. I'm grateful that the Ben I met in 2023 was mostly the same Ben I met in 2009. But I don't lose sight of the fact that Ben was essentially kidnapped and tortured physically and psychologically for 10 years, most of his 20s. I lament Ben's potential, but I want to be clear, potential is not a prerequisite for basic humanity. Regardless of what you think about crime, police, and the justice system, consider whether it makes sense that the United States of America, the richest, most powerful country in the world, has only 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's prison population. Is America just that much more of a dangerous place, or is something just fundamentally wrong with our society? There are a lot of things wrong, actually, and it starts with the ideology of what we're actually accomplishing by putting people in jail in the first place. Concepts of punishment and wrongdoing vary throughout history and across culture. However, Western civilization has a robust history of torture and public shaming for criminals.
Shame on you.
And those who've transgressed against society or authority.
The big white supremacist thing. Colonial thing.
You approve of this? People are hurt when they fight for what is rightfully theirs. You approve a brutal and illegal act to enforce a political principle, Sam.
Thankfully, this did not last.
What movie was that? What movie did he get that from? What is that? Like, was that like a colonial, not colonial, what would you call it? A period piece that talks about the politics of committing a crime and shit like that? What was that? Does anyone know what that movie was?
It came to being Kinda. Bray Deschanel did a video on canceling, which I think I mentioned like multiple times now because it's a really good video, and it brings up this really good point of analysis about French sociologist Michel Foucault. To summarize her summarization of Foucault, there was a time when the public spectacle of punishment and torture was a core aspect of social control. People needed to see the wicked punished for their crimes. I won't call this human nature or anything, but I also want to ignore the fact that that dynamic is still relevant today. I maybe argue this is a product of Western ideology and probably Christianity, but that's a hot take that I can't or at least won't substantiate for now. Either way, at a certain point, the public spectacle and horror of torture began to have diminishing returns. Watching another human suffer the gruesome punishment publicly wouldn't instill fear, it would instead instill spite toward the state and sympathy for the punished.
15 or 20.
This is why he's so fucking right, and he's so fucking base, chat. He's right. This is going to be talking about the reform that we spoke about when we did the prison abolition stream, in it, where it was like, you know, they used to do this stuff. They used to do this stuff where they would like shame people publicly, but people watching it would be like, this is pretty wrong, you know, like, I don't like the fact that the state can just do this to us. It's pretty mean, it's pretty cruel. So what they did was they took that shit and they put it behind closed doors. And that's the reform that we have nowadays. It's the same, you just can't see it, right?
Nightsticks could be seen through the gas, flailing at the heads of the marchers. The Negroes cried out as they crowded together for protection, and the whites on the sidelines whooped and cheered.
So eventually, public punishment gave way to private imprisonment. The public could acknowledge that the wicked were being punished, but it didn't have to deal with the visual confirmation of the depravity of what was happening in that punishment, because that punishment was happening behind closed doors. I think this dynamic is incredibly relevant today as 2 million Americans sit in a variety of prisons. The average American has little to no idea of how inhumane and cruel the modern reality of prisons are. While not being drawn and quartered, prisons in America have not been much better than physical torture for the individuals locked away. And there's also emotional and economic torture for the communities and loved ones left behind. Inside prisons, prisoners have to survive extremely substandard living conditions, a lack of security, laughable health care, and constant exploitation.
Going to medical in prison, like it's a joke. Like, I don't know if you can tell, hold on, my arm's a little crooked, like right around here. Yeah. That's because when I got in a fight in prison, and a dude hit me with a pool stick, I blocked it because he was trying to bust me in the head. Broke my arm, but they never set it. They put a cast on it without setting it. So they put it into place for nothing, so they just left it crooked. That is like standard, right? One of the things that always pounded into my head is how they will use inhumane like tactics as a way of punishment. They put me in this square room with a square block in the center, no bed, nothing, no toilet, and left me in there for 3 days. Placed plastic bags through the little slot, so like piss and shit in there and stuff. And so until I finally
shit in a plastic bag,
just do whatever, man. Just do whatever. Get me the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
And that's like the thing. Like, I've heard stuff like that before, and it's so wild that that's just a thing that's happening in a civilized nation. You know what I'm saying? Off a drug charge, right? Like that sounds like some medieval shit.
If I had to put a number on it, just
told you, they just hide that stuff now instead. And again, I'm gonna say this again because apparently I don't say it enough. Well, I say it apparently, but like I'm thinking that maybe I don't say this enough. If the thing that John from Prisoner Solidarity Network said is true, which is true in the UK, if it's true in the UK that they hire prison screws specifically from people who have far-right nationalist ideologies, you better believe they do that in the US. You better fucking believe they do that in the US. They aren't getting any fucking liberal, you know, lefties in there to like sympathize with the prisoners and shit like that. They're looking for people who will willingly traumatize, torture, beat them, all that stuff. That's what they're looking for.
Within like the overall journey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I said 8.
You went to 8 different prisons.
8 different 8 different prisons. 2.
And they do this. They move people around to break connections that you form with other prisoners, because the last thing they want is prisoners getting solidarity with each other. That's the last thing.
2 county jails, 1 transitional center, and 5 different prisons. Yeah, that'll just land you in different places at different times without you even knowing. You wake up and officer telling you pack up, you going to such and such. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a middle of the night process. So it's like, yeah, I was just moved around from place to place until, you know, I was out and able to move my own.
What goes on that we can't see? Like, I remember when COVID hit, you were talking about like, yo, people.
That's right, Shafiq. It's no better here in the UK. It's no better here in the UK at all. Like, they fucking beat the shit out of people who are having mental health crises so that they don't have to listen to them complaining anymore. That's like a huge thing. Like, if a prisoner is like really having like a crisis, and they're like yelling for help, like desperate, like, please, I need support, etc., the cops will just go in and they either blast them with a fucking fire hose or beat the shit out of him with batons. I know it's the BBC, but they had a story on how prisoners in the US were basically cooked alive or forced to drink toilet water to survive. Yeah, that's a thing that's like, it's been going on for yonks, but like climate change has made it worse. You better believe that's happening in the UK as well. Absolutely. You think how hot it is? Like, you know, I live in Manchester. I don't live far from Strangeways, innit? Like, one of the biggest, most brutal, maximum security prisons in the UK. Like, it's gonna have absolutely have been the same. Humid, awful temperatures in there. You know, shit's absolutely the same. Even further south in the UK, places like London, Wandsworth Prison, fucking 100% they are suffering with the weather.
Yeah, COVID was bad. I'm gonna say this: what goes on that you can't see in order to really understand or to start to understand is the lack of security. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is what really goes on that you can't see, because every other problem from that, like every other problem is birthed from that. You know what I'm saying? It stems from that. Like, that one issue is the deep root of basically every awkward situation in prison, every violent situation in prison, you know, every unwarranted situation. Like, it is. You know what I'm saying? You have the lack of empathy from security. When you do have security, you have the whole inmate officer complex. You know, like, it's actually illegal to be friends. Like, for me to be friends with somebody, like we're human. You get what I'm saying? But like, as an officer, you can't tell a coworker or subordinate, whatever, we're friends. Like, me and Francois are friends. That's non-determination. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like they want to remove your humanity. You can't have a
right.
And it's not just that. It's that, again, like I was saying, denial of solidarity, because as soon as you start to build bonds with other people, you will get empowered.
And they do it like there's that legal thing, and then there's like imagine you made friends with somebody inside and you wake up the next morning, you get transferred. Like, you can't have no, like that, like people call prison slavery. That's exactly how that shit goes.
Let's take it further than that. Imagine becoming friends with someone genuinely. You know, you never met this person in your life. You just happen to come across them in prison or whatever. And you're genuinely friends with this person. And then getting out of prison and coming across a statute that states you can't even hang around this person because both of you are ex-felons.
That as well. That's fucked.
The documentary on the 13th Amendment on Netflix gave new life to our understanding of prisons, examining how prisons share so many structural similarities with chattel slavery.
There's a clause, a loophole.
If you have that embedded in the structure, in this constitutional language, then it's there to be used as a tool for whichever purposes one wants to use it.
For those who don't know, the 13th Amendment abolishes slavery except for in the cases of criminals locked in prisons. And after the abolishment of slavery, there was a wave of legal practices in the South that saw Black people arrested for any possible offense and forced to work as a part of their sentences. This practice has not changed, as many prisons today have entire factories committed to manufacturing,
making fucking camo shit for the army,
a variety of things for our consumption, such as when prisoners in New York made masks for the state hospitals during COVID, or to offset costs from the prisons as prisoners and provide labor for a variety of functions in the prison with little to no pay.
The average wage in prisons is around 63 cents per hour. And remember, that's the average. So that means there are states where prisoners make considerably less.
In Texas, Georgia, Arkansas, and Alabama, prisoners are not paid for their work at all.
However, and this is going to be a theme going forward, the 13th documentary very much misses a lot of important things and warps the reality of this problem in some insidious ways. It hyper-focuses on the private for-profit prison and prison labor when overall, these are relatively small problems.
It's really just a facade. Like, the private and public sectors operate across the board. So there's a section of prison that's always going to be privatized. Like, you got to pay for phones. You know, here in Indiana, I think it's like $2.10 a phone call. You know, you have to pay. You know, there's people who make money off of the food industry, but that's within any public thing. Like, if you look at schools, you're going to see that. Anything in the government, you're going to see there's going to be some kind of private relationship. So there's this emphasis on the corporation. And we don't understand the entire state, because it's like, oh, there's these corporations making money. But most prisons are state-run prisons, and prisons operate at a loss. As in, the more money is paid to uphold prisons than is extracted from it financially, right? So, like, the state is losing money by paying for prisons. So there's entities who make money around it, but if you actually look at the aggregate of what goes in and what comes out, there's more money lost than there is that, you know, goes in that is made or profited off of. So what prison does do is it extracts labor from communities that are already marginalized, right? It's a way to take people from their communities and put them into a place where they can either be used for physical labor, or even if they're not, they can use to make profit off of being held there. What it doesn't do is it doesn't bring reform. Prisons are for profit. And private profits made off of government-ran prisons all the time. So it's when people private prisons, it's not the flex people think it is.
Make no mistake that all prisons, whether private or state or federal run, operate in a fashion that steals from people directly. Again, as I said earlier, all prisons allow for the extraction of labor from prisoners with a Supreme Court-backed rule that does not require them to be compensated at all. And non-compliance with these jobs doesn't mean you get fired. It means you get written up, which means you may get extra time or greater punishment in the form of being sent to a higher security prison where you'll have less freedoms.
Conspicuous, all the way down to, the cotton along the roads, to the prison, it's so conspicuous. It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? You wake up on a bus because you just rode for 4 hours through Georgia, from North Georgia to South Georgia, and then, you wake up and the first thing you see is a whole bunch of trees and woods, and right through the horizon of the sunshine, you're like, what is that? And is that cotton? It's cotton. You feel me? That's some good old Georgia. You know what I'm saying? You made it.
It's
obvious. Georgia prison system, you have something that's called a detail, which is essentially a job, a prison job, the detail. You get the detail, and it's whatever it is, whether it be laundry, maintenance, working in the kitchen, things of that nature. It's just your job in the prison. Well, Georgia prisons don't pay for these details.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So essentially it is free labor geared to the cause of repaying your debt to society. We're going to chop it up to that. The slavery is so blatant once you understand the system. You know what I'm saying? Because it's go to work. And if you don't go to work, you're going to get written up. And then if you get written up, you become subjected to being in places that are worse than where you are now, fighting for your life in places where there are less security than where you are now. And we know this.
Right.
As a matter of fact, they employ it. You know what I'm saying? Officers employ, all right, another write-up, and you're going to be closed security, or you're going to be level 5 down, or you're going to be XYZ. You can't hang out there with such and such and such and such at XYZ prison. Why would you? It's not even about the fact of who's there inmate-wise. It's about the fact that you would weaponize the fact that your coworkers elsewhere care so less that that's your threat for me.
There's also an unseen cost for maintaining the type of building and just the land that I'm seeing over in the distance. The grass over here is always cut. The buildings are in disarray, but they're not crumbling. This is paid for by taxpayers. This is paid for by federal budgets, but it's also paid for by the inmates and their families to the tune of $80 billion. $80 billion in federal funding, taxpayer money, and money straight from prisoners and the prisoners' families. $80 billion that can be spent on all the things the Kerner Commission told us these communities needed way back in 1968. I'm surely some of you know in Atlanta, we're still dealing with the YSL RICO case for Young Thug and Lil Durk. I don't know which one of these Negroes got arrested, but they talk about Cleveland Avenue. Cleveland Avenue is literally like 5 minutes south from this prison. So consider the community that's being victimized, allegedly victimized by that gang, what that community could do with just $1 billion, let alone
just $1 billion
that we're using to keep buildings like this open. And by the way, that's just the prisons. That's not the police, which is another $130 billion a year. And it's not just tax money, by the way. Chunks of the costs to fund prisons come directly from the actual communities that prisoners come from. A study at the University of Villanova found that mass incarceration has increased poverty in states by 20%. This is because when people, most often men, go to jail, they become an indirect
not that long ago, Shafiq, you're right,
who pays for the prison, but they also become a direct burden on their family who pays money on commissary, pays for phone calls, as well as other resources. But it's bigger than that because these prisoners are also extracted from their local communities and economies. They can't contribute to their families financially. They don't pay into taxes that fund schools or social services, etc. And recognize that while most prisoners may not be in a private prison, the companies that run bail systems, prison phone systems, commissary systems, etc., most definitely are private and contract with the state and federal government to provide those services, which are only partially paid for by taxpayers and must be mostly covered by families of prisoners. And of course, those families are much more likely to be in poverty, meaning they're giving up the little that they have to take care of a person in prison if they can do it at all. And that's just the prison part of prison. That doesn't even get into large costs that are incurred for restitution and bail that many of these families have to eventually pay the bill. Young men like Ben who are extracted from community and their skills and their abilities and their value to that community can no longer serve that community while they're locked inside. It only at best serves the institution that is housing them. And while Ben is inside, it's us, it's his family that pays for him to be there to be of use to that institution. Yet they call it him paying his debt to society. The 13th Amendment uses a lot of talk about prisons as new age slavery.
After the collapse of slavery, a new system was born, convict leasing, which was a new form of slavery. And here we are, decades after the collapse of
never watched this doc, you know, chap.
And a new system has been born again in America, a system of mass incarceration that once again strips millions of poor people, overwhelmingly poor people of color, of the very rights supposedly won in the civil rights movement.
And while that definitely holds true in some sense, in talking to some experts and doing a little more research, I kind of find it hard to take that imagery to heart. And that's because despite the fact that the percentage of black people in jail is almost triple the amount of black Americans, that black people are 5 times more likely to be arrested and charged with a crime, the raw reality of America's prison population is that there's just as many, if not more, white people incarcerated as black people. In state prisons, white people make up 32% compared to 34% of black people. White people make up 49% of people in county jails and 57% of people in federal prisons. State prisons do make up a little more than 50% of the prison population, so that does mean that black men still barely outnumber white men in prison. But the reality is that America's total prison population is almost half full with white people, specifically white men. It kind of hurts the analogy of prisons as neo-slavery because I don't know a lot about white slaves at that period of time.
You know, talking about chattel slavery in the United States and transatlantic slave trade was, you know, I mean, at the beginning it was white indentured servants, but overall it was like 100% black African people was enslaved, right? Like once it got to scale. You know, there was natives and stuff, but once it got to scale, it was just us. You know, so we talking about prison. It's just like what usually people are doing is looking at disproportionate rates, right? So, for instance, in Indiana, like Black people only make up 9% of the state, but we make up 34% of prisons, right? So the disproportionality is like ridiculous. But 59%, I think, are still just white folks. Coming back to surplus labor, you have a lot of white folks who the capital has no interest in them either. You know, as you continue to automate and do that and send jobs elsewhere, you don't need these people to work at the meat factory that you once did need them to do. You don't need them to do certain jobs anymore. So you just got a bunch of people who has been disinvested from. So of course you're going to have, you know, folks who end up committing crime or getting on drugs or whatever.
It's funny because like the white supremacist talking point is that Black people make up 13% of the population and 50% of the crime. And the irony of this talking point is that not only is it not supported by the actual
how
data,
you doing? Welcome in.
The data shows that white non-Hispanic people make up around 60% of the population and account for 70% of crime arrests. And white men are 50% of the white population, but men as a whole are 93% of the prison population, and 81% of arrests are for violent crime. And suddenly you realize that the only reason there aren't much larger percentages of white people in jail is due to structural racism. In fact, over the last 20 years, the amount of Black people in jail has significantly reduced, while white folks have remained the same.
I think there is...
And this is, again, like, you know, why it's so fucking stupid when you hear working class, conservative white people, in America especially, just being racist. They're not for prison abolition. It's like the furthest thing from their fucking mind. It's stupid because they're so extremely likely to end up in prison as well. You know, it's it's fucked. Racism isn't the only factor in that, if you ask me. Well, no, of course it's all around capitalism, right? Of course it is. Make House Not War says, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I just got back to the office after court. It's so surreal to watch this while putting off getting actual work done that fights the problem we are watching. Well, I respect you being here. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you, Make Cows Not War. Important work. Because at the end of the day, you know, if you understand how prisons don't change anything, you know, they don't make society better. They are all in existence in order to extract labor and wealth, as Feek is talking about. You know, then you know that you've got to fight it in whatever way you can and try and reduce reduce the harm in being a criminal defense attorney. Sorry, I'm British in it, so whatever, solicitor we would probably call it, or I don't know. You're like trying to reduce harm, so it's rough.
It's a natural feeling to believe that something cannot be operating so unjustly in plain sight. To believe, like, for the system to be as racist and horrific as it is something you need a magnifying glass to parse out. You need, like, statistics. I remember thinking I'd go to court and it's something you got to check the stats. This was the day I realized, like, oh shit. What it really is was I had cases back to back. So I have my files, all my clients I'm going to arraign.
Right, exactly.
Back, same judge, same prosecutor. I ran a black eye and he's accused.
The prisons where I live are rehabilitation centers, fortunately, in Finland. A bigger cage is still a cage. I agree, they probably don't get some of the shit that they get in these prisons. It's marginally better, you know what I mean? But it's still sort of like, it begs the question. The great thing about the stuff that's going on in Finland, is that it begs the question. If you can give prisoners that much freedom, because they have so much freedom. I saw a documentary about prisons in Finland where there was like a literal murderer, and he was like just getting about, going to job interviews, easy, no problem, and then it's just like it just begs the question. It's like, so hang on a minute, why do you need any kind of a prison at all if like that guy did that and, you know, society's being kind to him? Yeah, the bald guy, innit? Yeah, you know the one. Yeah, you know the one. It's like the big famous one. It was getting about in like 2021 or some shit like that one documentary. I might be wrong, but you know, he's literally just like fine, like you know, people are fucking like nice to him, and it's like, you know, I'm not saying that like no one here, no one in the prison abolition movement is saying that like murder is fine, that it happened or anything like that. It's just that like punishing someone to the nth degree for doing something doesn't make anything better, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a victim of like a crime that I'm not going to talk about because I've not got the content warnings up for it, but this particular thing happened to me twice, and I wouldn't wish prison on the perpetrators who did that to me, because it's like, I know that it's not going to give me back the thing that was taken from me. And you see this overwhelmingly as well, like with victims against the death penalty, right? This is like a big movement in the US. I'm just going to Google it real quick just to make sure I'm getting the right info. Victims against death penalty. Let's see what comes up there. So yeah, that's what it is. MVFHR is an international non-governmental, so it's an NGO, and it's made up of family members of murder victims and family members of the executed, right? All of whom oppose the death penalty in all cases. It's you know, it's really good. It's like these people know that like you're not going to get anything from killing another person. It doesn't make anything. It doesn't bring back that dead person. And all you're doing is you're causing the same pain to another family who are already going through pain because they're like, how the fuck could our son be a fucking murderer? What the fuck did we do wrong? You know what I mean? Like, imagine the shit that's going through your mind. Crazy. The only radical opinion I have regarding punishment is that people who don't use their blinkers should lose a knuckle. Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I love conversations like this. You jest, yeah, you jest. But you're still for, like, you're obviously for prison abolition, but, like, you jest, right? But if you think about it, if we actually, like, unpack that a little bit, yeah, when we get mad at people in cars, we're not actually mad at the person, right? We're mad at the system, right? You may not have that at the forefront of your mind, and at the forefront of your mind it will be the person, innit? But what you're actually mad at is the fact that you are forced to pay for this extremely expensive vehicle, yeah, and the other people who are forced to pay for the same thing aren't able to control it as well as you are, or, you know, as well as everybody should be in order to get from A to B. And what that actually comes from is a lack of, you know, yeah, disassociating the car architecture from the individual. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's such a weird situation, but it all comes from, again, lack of investment in infrastructure, lack of investment in public transport, etc. It's all connected. It all comes down to fucking capitalism at the end of the day, and this is the fuck thing. This is the fuck thing. But of course, you can't use the C word because that means you're bad. A gajillion billion dead, Venezuela, iPhone, 1984 Animal Crossing, you know? Really need to get around to finishing Foucault. I've never read Foucault. I'd argue that you don't really need to read Foucault because at the end of the day, this stuff is simple, innit? You don't need some like pretentious French twat to be like, everything is a prison, you know? You don't. What do you need that for? You just need a pretentious, bald Mancunian twat to be like, no, it's simple, actually. Like, you just don't need that stuff. But listen, you go ahead and read whatever you want. It's up to you. Drivers who don't signal on roundabouts should resit their tests again. I'm going one further. Ban cars. That's it. Just ban cars. It's as simple as that. Zadaz, hey, how you doing? I'm a pedestrian. It's frustrating for safety's sake too. Yeah, exactly. And think about how much less of an issue you would have if there were like very, very, very easy to access, cheap, completely like super affordable public transport all over you, wherever you live. Imagine. bliss. You know, one of the things that's fucking with me at the moment, yeah, I don't know where this has come from, right? I don't know where this culture has come from. Probably America, yeah. But for some reason, I live in the city centre of, like, fucking Manchester here in the UK. And one of the things that I've started to realise, yeah, is that people are getting more and more trigger happy with the horn. And I'm not just talking in the daytime, yeah. I'm talking like at night. They're like beeping their fucking horn and I have no idea what's going on. Like there's no traffic going on. There's just people beeping their fucking horn. Loads more than ever. I've lived here for like 10 plus years. It's never been like this. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's fucking going on. Do you know what I mean? Insane. People are just getting more frustrated. I think that's what it is. I think people are getting more and more fucked because of climate change and everything. You know? Make House Not World says, I've come to realize that most judges aren't actually convinced by my materialist arguments for poor clients. I think at this point they want me to shut up so they agree with me. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, Gold Orchid, how you doing? Drivers who operate motor vehicles should have their license revoked. I agree. Hey, Prince, how you doing as well? Choose your twat communism run, yeah. I'd argue for municipal cars for individual uses needed, like helping your mates move house and such like. I would argue, actually, that we don't need that. I would argue that what we need are more accessible cities. Because I've thought about this. You've said this. You've said this before, and I've thought about it. And the thing that, like, sort of, like, fires off straight away in my brain when I hear that is, like, that's because, like, why do people move house? People generally move house because the current house they live in doesn't suit their needs, or it's falling down, it's in disrepair or something like that. Like, in an ideal future, we wouldn't have that issue, right? Because houses will be built with, like, you know, long-term comfort and accessibility in mind. So in an ideal world, we wouldn't need that stuff. And also, you could have, like, the whole community help you move all of your stuff with other means. Do you know what I mean? Like, where you're going to move to, okay, let's get all your stuff on, I don't know, some kind of, like, fucking flatbed trolley or something. Do you know what I mean? Medium term, not in an ideal world. Oh, yeah, sure, medium term. Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, completely agree. Traveled a lot in Western Europe. Public transport is so good there. Yeah, for sure. Like, you can, like, most UK college level, like, this is like sort of end of high school, college level, like, kids who, like, want to go out and do their first traveling. They go interrailing in Europe, yeah? And, like, you could buy this, like, one ticket that gets you fucking, like, really cheap travel on loads of fucking trains all over Europe, except the UK, obviously. So, you know, it fucking rocks. It rocks. Have you heard my theories on that one? The increase of angry behaviors. I don't know if I have, Shafiq, but yeah, stick it in the chat. Let's discuss this. Anyway, back to the, you know, back to the fucking task at hand. Hey, Boot King, how you doing? Good to see your name in the chat. How you doing, pal? Long time no see.
Having like a blunt. They asked for thousands of dollars bail on him. Immediately after, I represent a white guy found with a bag of drugs, obviously a dealer. You know. Consent to release. Didn't even add consent. And that's always listen to me, that has always been the case for my white clients. When I represent a white person, I might as well close my ears and arraignments because I'm not going to have to make a case.
And this reality presents a complex challenge to prison abolition and criminal justice reform movements. I generally don't know if engaging more with the overwhelming whiteness of our prisons would give more fuel to the fire of abolition and criminal justice reform, or less. I don't want to engage in any oppression Olympic stuff.
Yes, very true, mate. Cows.
Social work in rural areas, and for anyone who has tried to do any type of social good in Trump towns, you'll find a unique challenge where these folks will actively work against their best interests for the sake of upholding a system of inequality that they don't fully benefit from.
I had breast cancer last year, so I was very happy to have my insurance. I didn't realize that the government was subsidizing my health insurance.
One of Bobby's complaints about...
Yeah, but, like, this woman seems like some kind of a, like, petty bourgeoisie individual. She looks like she owns a business rather than like is a worker on the ground. I don't know the full story of this, but like generally speaking, I think he's right though. I think that overwhelmingly like conservative working class people go against their own interests, which is exactly what I was talking about earlier with like, you know, why are working class white people just like not against prison abolition? It's absurd. Obviously, I think the racism is a huge one in that regard, because it's like, oh, I don't have to worry about that. I'm not black in it. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. Like, you take a look at like how many fucking white folks are in prisons as well. Like, you know. Anyway, I do just want to read "Make Cows Not Wars" comment, because I think it's really important. A remnant of post-war America regarding the suburbanization of cities. I'm just so mad that I don't know any of my neighbors. My grandmother did when they built the neighborhood. Why the hell don't groups of friends all just fucking live next door to each other? Like, friends wouldn't work if they weren't next door. Yeah, you see, like, this is like the thing. If you have this system which empowers landlords, yeah, Japan's social structure is the future for us all. No. Wrong. What are you talking about? No. Okay. I'm going to do one thing at a time. Right. So, like, you have this system which empowers landlords, right? So if you are in the ruling class, the owning class, where you have, like, a bunch of property and shit like that, of course, people aren't going to get the chance to, like, put roots down. They're not going to get the chance to develop these, like, long-term relationships with people who are also in long-term housing. You know, this is why landlords need to go, yeah? This is why landlords need to go. Elo Corp says, I'm from Finland. I don't understand any of this. That is the realest shit that any Finnish person has ever said in my fucking chat. So you get a gold star. Well done. Very, very cool. Very based. We love it when a based Finn comes in and is like, do you know what? I actually don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So yeah, you know what? Big up. Well done. Top chatter of the day. Anyway, yeah, so, you know, it's landlords, it's this excessive gentrification, it's the whole system. You know, the reason why these things happen is because of the profit incentive, because of, you know, investment incentives, like this vast, horrible machine of capitalism, you know? Let's take a look at what Shafiq is saying. The increase of abuse directed at service workers, frustrated drivers, honking horns, such like maybe related to the way that COVID attacks the brain, particularly the parts that are involved in behavior. That's a really good point, Shafiq. Holy fucking shit. I never thought of that. And people are just getting COVID now. Like, willy-nilly, no one's asked. Everyone's just like, oh yeah, I got a really bad cough. I don't know what it is. Yes, you do. You do know what it is. Oh, it just feels like the flu. No, it's not. Guess it. Yeah, it feels like the flu because it's really bad and the flu kills people. No, you got COVID, man. Fucked. Anyway, no. I think you're right. Now I'm going to talk about Elo Corb's thing about Japan's social structure. Right. Japan's social structure is capitalism. Yeah? Japan's social structure is capitalism, right? I don't know what you think, like, social structure they have. They have patriarchy, they have homophobia, they absolutely have racism. Like, you know, if you're talking about the social structure, but I don't think you were. I think you were talking about, like, their actual system. But their system is capitalism. They're not, like, doing capitalism right. There's, like, vast amounts of inequality in Japan. All the root cause is fucking, you know, capitalism. Extreme individualism, I mean. What exactly is good about extreme individualism? Half of the COVID reports are excuses for absence, 101%. No. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about, man? What are you on about? Completely. Where you get it? You're just like pulling that shit out your ass, right? Like, where have you heard this? Who have you been listening to? I need names. Come on, man.
Program is that it has been linked to a president.
Hey, Big Bug Nuts, what's going on?
And
Good to see you.
I absolutely detest hearing the words Obamacare.
Everyone I know who claimed to have COVID lied about it to get off from work. So, right, here's the thing. you probably know at maximum, 10 people. You know, I was semi-sarcastic, calm down. I tell you what, how about you calm down? Tell me to calm down, come back tomorrow, dickhead. Don't fucking tell me to fucking calm down. I've had COVID twice, yeah? The fucking last time I had it put me out for fucking 3 months. I'm still fucked from it. Fuck you. Calm down. In fact, do you know what? You're banned. Do you know what? You got me on the wrong day. You're banned. You were doing so well, man. You were doing so fucking well. You were literally the best chatter a minute ago. And then you're just out here like, extreme individualism is good. Half of COVID is wrong. I don't think he was fully a COVID denier. Guess what? I don't care. It's my chat. It's my rules. I'm a dictator now. That's it. You're banned from the chat if I don't like you. If I get a bad vibe, that's how it goes. Don't give a shit. So there you go. I'm going fucking, full Stalin, full fucking authoritarianism. Anyway, please go follow Adnan. Amazing guy. Fantastic artist, great streamer. How you doing, pal? There's some other people who deserve me mentioning that they exist in the chat, though, who are here. So I said hi to Big Bug Nuts. Kintaska, hello, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, Tanky Mule Arc. Crystal, how are you doing? Worth pointing out that one of the central tenets of conservatism is no one should ever have things they didn't earn, and conservatives are willing to give up their own rights to that end. Yeah, I also want to talk about... okay, I'm going to get back on topic in a minute, but I do want to talk about, like, Boob King was saying in the chat, like, this is happening in the UK too, working class people voting Tory in the last elections. There's a lot of, like, different stuff that goes with that. And a lot of it was Brexit. Yeah, a lot of it was Brexit. And to be honest, that was what the whole culture war thing was all about. And I stand by this, that if the current Labour leader, who is destroying the Labour Party, making it a centre-right bullshit platform that's not going to change anything for the better when they get in government, and they probably will get in government, because this Conservative Party just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. If that Labour leader, when he was shadow Brexit Chancellor, which he was, had have advised Jeremy Corbyn to stick with Brexit, like Jeremy Corbyn himself wanted to do, we would have won the election. Jeremy Corbyn would have won the election, and we would have had a much better UK. But to be honest, the CIA probably would have assassinated him. So, I don't know. It swings and roundabouts, chat. It's swinging roundabouts. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. But I also want to talk about Make Cows Not Wars comment, who says, it's wild when I work misdemeanors, everyone thinks they aren't a criminal. I'm not one of those people, which contrasts from my face tattoo felons who know what's what. I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's one of them, isn't it? It's like, if you have made a transgression against the state, you are a criminal. And in fact, every single person who lives in any country, in the imperial core at least, is a criminal by proxy. They are like just waiting for an excuse to put you in prison, you know, especially if you're working class. Right, what's going on in the chat here? I won't trauma dump, but that shit pisses me off. My mum was recently in a coma. She caught COVID 3 times from denier friends, and it was likely a factor in what happened. She's recovering, happy ending. Fucking hell, Adnan. This is what I mean. I won't tolerate that shit in my chat. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can be willing to, you know, like, let people get better and understand, like, why they fucked up with that. If that guy gives me a good unban request, I'll unban him. But, you know, it's just fucking stupid, innit? As American under capitalism, reading between the lines, we're strongly encouraged to pretend we don't have COVID-19 and go to work instead. I know I worked while I was sick with COVID because I'm lame. Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, it's hard for me to get mad at people who are thrust into the belly of the beast like that without an option, because what option do you have? What option do you have? You don't have a fucking an option at all. Like you have to survive in this awful system. And if your boss is like, no, you come in. No, you've been off for too long. I don't care. You come in, and then you get sicker. You make every other person sick. What are you going to do, man? I guess the only thing that you could do that would be like a sort of happy medium, I don't know, prevention thing is go to work and work in a mask, innit? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, let's get back to this bit.
Detest it.
Racial resentment and poor political education makes them liabilities to themselves as their own governments cut their services and their own.
Yeah, most jobs aren't going to pay you on sick days.
Billionaires disinvest from their communities and exploit
in the U.S.
them
That's
their
definitely
sons
true.
Fill prisons and struggle with addiction while their local economies die and health crises ravage their communities. All while they rally behind the anti-woke virus or whatever the fuck Ron DeSantis calls it.
Woke. So
that they're focused more on ending critical race theory and keeping trans women out of women's bathrooms, and the fact that their communities are literally rotting and nobody seems to care. White America as a whole.
This is why, chat, every time I get like a loser chud in here, I will say, you are a rube. You are having the wool pulled over your eyes. These people will not make your fucking life better. Do you know what I mean? Trump is not gonna make your material conditions any fucking better. You will still be poor. In fact, you will probably get poorer because he will give more and more power to states, which is the thing that you think you want, but those states will use that power to give their fucking corporation friends more and more power over the workers so they can extract your labor for less and less and less and less and less money that recompensates you. You are a rube. Do you know what I mean? So you have to at least try and tell them that. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, you're a piece of shit for coming in here and saying Trump 2024. No one in here is triggered by that. No one in here is going oh, that's not going to happen because we're not fucking liberal idiots. Do you know what I mean? It's you're just fucking dumb, dude. Anyway. That's that.
Have a vested self-interest in dismantling the prison.
Oh, you worked from home, Zadaz? Yeah, fair enough.
More than people of color.
But still, that's hard. If you're sick and you're working, you're working from home, you're still working,
And whenever we speak of the problem of American prisons, we should see a white face for every black face. But we don't, do we?
White folks, a lot of times in these conversations become collateral damage as if the whole prison is black and brown.
Right.
Right. And no one else ever even goes. And it's just not true. Poverty, if we care, and my thing is, it's not about caping for white people. I don't even talk to them, but I'm just saying, it's just, if we care about poverty, then we need to care about poverty. You can't section it off, right? If you care about prisons, you need to care about prisons. You can't section it off.
Right.
So it's a black issue because we are disproportionately impacted by it, but it's a problem, period. If you're putting people in cages like that, if people are in poverty when there's all this wealth created, if you claim to be any kind of leftist, which this channel speaks to, then that's a problem regardless. But it also, on the flip side, isn't a reason to say race doesn't matter.
Right.
Or because like you said, it needs the blackface.
Right.
To justify everything else.
Awful captions
it needs
there.
To be seen as a problem that's only us,
but we know
so
what
we can do it to everyone. It needs that front, to do the rest of the stuff.
The moderate and liberal point of view on these problems inherently believes that these systems work and that these problems that I'm talking about within the system only require tweaks. They would be perfectly fine with the 2 million plus prisoners being behind bars as long as they were proportional to the normal population, even if that means increasing the white population of prisoners. What has to be acknowledged is that the awful outcomes of the prison industrial complex, from the police precinct to the prison yard, those problems are not bugs or glitches. They're features of this system. They are the system working exactly as it's designed. I want to end on talking about Pendleton.
Yeah.
And talking around, just getting back to that counterinsurgency, revolutionary aspect, what that story and documentary was meant to do and why it's important for people to not just know that specific thing, but understand how that thing exists within the greater context of the problem.
1st, 1985. Me and my co-defendant, John Cole, we were where we were supposed to be, which was on the lockup unit at that time, going to a CAB hearing. And
I think the anniversary of this was today.
on the lockup unit. The first thing we noticed was the smell of mace. And being that I had already served time on the lockup unit, I knew what that meant, especially when the curtain was pulled. I knew that there was some form of...
Oh! I just Googled the Pendleton riot, and the first thing that came up, obviously because I'm in the fucking UK, is this fucking... in this paper, we explore the outbreak of rioting quite distinct from events in Manchester City Centre that occurred on a large scale 2 miles away at Salford Precinct in 2011. So it was about the 2011 riots. Anyway, trying to Google this. I think it's the anniversary of this Pendleton in the US prison riot. I think it came up on Working Class History today.
terrorism going on.
There was an active...
Oh, no, it's not. It's not. It's not the anniversary.
Inside prisons started by the FBI to identify, people who were potentially insurgent. February 1st, 1985, there was an uprising at Pendleton Correctional Facility, what at the time was known as Indiana Reformatory. And the uprising was started by the prison guards. So there was a inmate by the name of Lincoln Love, aka Lokmar. He was on the maximum restraint unit. On that day, the guard that usually worked that unit, the guard who ran that unit, just wasn't there. It had been searched, and they targeted this one particular inmate, Lincoln Love, who had been an organizer inside the prison, who was a jailhouse lawyer, who had gotten, tens of people out of prison, who always looked out and was organizing people within the prison, which is what they had been doing prior to this day.
These walls are funny. First you hate them.
Okay, I'm going to tell you about the thing that came up today. So, is today the 13th? Oh no, so this was yesterday. Oh shit, well I only saw this today. But Working Class History said, on this day, 13th September 1971, the Attica prison uprising, which began on September 9th, was crushed. And yeah, there was some vile shit. There was some vile shit that went down in the quelling of that rebellion. So again, like it's a bit of a big month for prison abolition. Anyway, let's crack on.
And you get used to them. Enough time passes, you get so you depend on them. That's institutionalized.
In her book, Golden Gulag, geographer Ruth Wilson Gilmore presents what I think is the most compelling explanation of the core of why our prison system is so fundamentally awful. And I'm resisting saying broken because when you start to critique what the system actually does and how it fits into the overall scope of capitalism, you recognize that it's not broken, it's actually a well-oiled machine. She did a historical analysis on the state of California, which still has one of the highest prison populations per capita in the country. And she concluded that looking at the problem of prisons and jails just as an exploitative element of slave labor was missing the point. The truth is that economically, prisons are not all that profitable and haven't been pursuing profit pretty much this entire time. The reality from her perspective is that prisons represent a useful and versatile tool to manage capitalism's ongoing challenges of excess labor, land, and resources.
That's right. But I want to bring this up, chat, because maybe some people missed the stream on Monday where we watched the first half of this video and Feek was talking about how, people always say like, oh, what about all the murderers and all the rapists and the pedos and all that? Yeah. When they talk about prisons, like prison abolition, like, oh, what's going to happen? I just did a Google because I was interested because, Feek talks about like US statistics and says that like 1% of all murders or something like that are resolved in the US or something along those lines. I think that might have been about rapes. I think like 1% of rapes result in a conviction in the US, which is fucked, right? Completely fucked. So doesn't actually, exist to protect women from rapists, or men for that matter, any gender from rapists. But I was just Googling about the murder stuff. And if you Google, now this is from the Met Police, so I don't even know if this is just for London. But let's just take a real quick look at this. This is on the Met Police website, and there was a Freedom of Information request. It's this number. And it says, access to the following information for the period from the 1st of February 2002. So over the last 20 years, count of the total recorded homicides and unsolved homicides, count of the total recorded unsolved homicides. So a count of the total recorded unsolved homicides by victim age. But it doesn't really matter because the total is 350. 350 unsolved homicides. Maybe just in London. Don't know. Might be the whole of the UK. Now, the interesting thing here is that they claim that the total count of homicides for the period requested is 2,876. So over the last 20 years, it's been nearly 3,000. So, it's only 10%. There's only 10% of people, there's only 10% of people who did it, who did a murder and they got away with it. From what we learned is that I reckon a sizable amount of this. So if we take away 350 from this number, it'd be 2,500 people. I reckon a sizable amount. I'm willing to gauge maybe 500 of that amount of people will be people like, what was his name? Kevin something or other. I can't remember his name, but he was arrested just because he knew a victim. There was no evidence that he committed the crime. He just knew the murder victim. And he's been in prison for 6 years, serving like 30-year sentence, right? Guessing that the 1% of rapes that lead to conviction is only counting those that were reported to the police too. Probably, right? Probably. So, this is, and this might just be fucking London. So, if we're talking about like, do prisons keep us safe from murderers? Probably fucking not. I dare say no.
And does it in a way that provides multiple benefits to the system.
Joint enterprise, exactly, Shafiq. That's what it's called. Yeah.
Galvanizing political ideologies for or against certain populations, and to a lesser extent, providing some profit that can be made off of the labor of prisoners. The short version is that after industrialization and going into the 1970s, America developed an excess labor problem and solved that problem with crime and prisons. In the 70s, we begin to see the slow but quickly accelerating erosion of American manufacturing industry. We begin to truly enter late-stage capitalism in the West, as America, once a producer of goods, had finally shifted so much wealth and power to capitalists that the capitalists were able to create situations where they could utilize cheap labor in developing nations, cutting millions of Americans out of the capitalist equation.
Feek is fully commie-pilled now, isn't he? I love this. I think he's just like not saying it out loud because he knows that his audience is like made up of like a lot of liberal people and some conservatives like watch his stuff as well. So this is fucking great. I love this.
Equation, aka they took her jobs. When I say they, I don't mean immigrants. I mean corporations that shipped those jobs to countries that had populations that didn't even have to immigrate to this country to take the job in the first place.
Yep.
Capitalism always requires surplus labor with which to control the labor market and keep wages down, but too much surplus labor, especially with traditionally marginalized groups, that requires some modifications or things start to get dicey.
That's right, Crystal.
That diciness
so bizarre.
And turn a profit, Gilmore argues that in California, prisons were sold as economic engines for small towns. It almost sounded like people were pitching amusement parks or casinos.
Well, sir, there's nothing on earth like a genuine, bona fide, electrified six-car prison.
These towns would be promised jobs and investment. There was also the added benefit of creating taxable land ownership for the state and counties where the prisons would be built. The catch is whatever economic value that was to be made had to come from funneling prisoners into those prisons, which set the ground for perverse social and political policies.
That's right. Make Cows Not War says in the chat, the public is so poisoned by media and simulacra, thinking of murderers as, quote, murderers, as if everyone is Ted Bundy as the result of all this bullshit, horseshit, true crime garbage designed to give victims closure and catharsis because the world is so fucking awful. Most crime is boring. Most crime goes unresolved. Yeah, exactly. Most crime is boring. You know, the majority of murders are like what are called crimes of passion that result from social transgressions relating to misogyny, queerphobia, racism, all this stuff, right? Like, and I wonder. Here's another thing. We're talking about those numbers from the fucking Met Police before. I wonder how many of those homicides were actually committed by the police themselves. That's a thing that we should be thinking about as well.
That would explode California's prison population well before the 94 crime bill.
Opposition to prison development was more easily managed by pro-prison forces. Aided by the CDCs, the California Department of Corrections, persuasive prospectuses promising jobs and other amenities. Those that were eventually successful in having prisons sited in their vicinity had well-organized delegations with few objections to...
Yeah, that's right. Even framing crime directly to murder is the first crime to think about. Exactly. I mostly deal with DWIs and assaults, so driving without insurance. Is that what that is? And think about like how much of like an absurd crime that is, by the way. You don't have the thing that says that if you have an accident, you can pay someone money. It's like, it's just absurd. This is why cars suck. Oh, driving while intoxicated. Oh, okay. So again, well, all right, you know, listen, people do get arrested for driving without insurance. What I was talking about was still valid. Okay. Anyway. Silly. Very, very silly. But this shit, driving while intoxicated, alcoholism is a disease, right? Exactly. Forced to drive instead of walkability. Exactly. Even if we made people's material conditions a lot better so that addiction rates went down and we did harm reduction and all that stuff, there would still be driving while intoxicated, like you know, arrests and all shit like that. There would be deaths as a result of that, and it's just, you know, so it doesn't solve the issue. The thing that solves the issue is getting rid of cars. Fuck cars. They're just shit. Just ban cars. This is my most like hot take. We should just ban every single car. That's it. Do you know what I mean? Look after disabled people. Like, you know, we can like come together as communities, make sure like if disabled people need help with moving around and shit like that, we could do that, you know, but like generally speaking, get rid of them. I'm sick of them. They're just so silly. Germa's shit with cars is really funny because Germa is like, I feel like Germa is like a almost like a really like perfect human. Because he's like a child, right? Even though he's like 57 years old or whatever. But like Germa has this thing where like whenever like he sees a car or like thinks about cars, he just finds it really funny because the concept of like people in cars is inherently funny, isn't it? Because we're just like slightly evolved apes in these like massive metal boxes that just have engines, and we're just driving them around, and it's like, well, of course there are accidents, of course we're killing the planet. Like, it's an insane thing to think about. It's absurd.
Demands on the CDC's proposal. They also had large landlords willing to sell nearby surplus acres that the town could incorporate in order to reap the imagined harvest of state subventions, sales tax, and other incomes.
Oh, is that right? So many of the assault cases I get are uneducated couples getting into arguments and shoving each other and then calling the cops to defuse the situation, only to have the cops arrest someone because someone got a scratch. I got a worse injury doing yard work this week than most of the family violence cases I get. Right, and this is the thing, but the cops will arrest them so that they can go tick on the board. It's like, yeah, I got an arrest today. It was a domestic abuse situation. I saved a vulnerable person. I'm really good. Pat myself on the back. And then maybe someone is gonna get like fucking jail time for like a transgression like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's horrible. Like this is why, like, you know, I don't know, man. It's difficult when talking about like domestic abuse situations. Like, how much of an abusive situation you're in, because like some people don't have the ability to just walk away and go to a friend's house. Like they can't do that. Anyway. Hey, Sleepy Time Queer, how you doing? Yeah. Oh my God, I used to have this when I drove. I used to have this when I drove so much. I can relate to this so much. Sleepy Time Queer says, sometimes when I'm driving, I become aware that I'm going down a crowded highway at 70 miles an hour. I get filled with anxiety and dread at the normalcy of risking my life and the life of others to get to my job every day. Whenever I've been in a car with like my family members and they're like driving me to like London, like somewhere far away in it, and you go like 80, 90 miles an hour, and it's like, what is going on? This is too fast. It's too fast. We shouldn't be going this fast. When like my mum is at the steering wheel, my mum gets stressed when my fucking stepdad just says like, are we stopping at these services? She gets like really het up and like, ah! Do you know what I mean? It's like, fuck me. It's so dangerous. It's just so incredibly dangerous.
This looks like a conspiracy, but I hesitate to call it that. While there have been several very real conspiracies against black people in this country, such as the Tuskegee experiment or COINTELPRO.
Oh my God,
but
that
this
shit
seems
was
more
so
like
fun.
natural responses to capitalism that they just kind of figured out in the process. The racism creates the social conditions create crime, and somebody sees that and says, hey, we can profit off that crime, not just through building prisons and making money off prisoners, but also doing a little population control.
Yes,
Criminals,
yes.
They're not just criminals. They're dangerous potential revolutionaries.
Yes.
It seems like a reach if you don't know the history of how many gangs were formed and even utilized by revolutionary actors throughout history, not just in America, but worldwide. The documentary, The Bastards of the Party, is an unsung classic in that genre, likely lesser known because of its more radical pro-black vibes as opposed to the sensational and exploitative nature of most street gang documentaries. It first illustrates how the loss of skilled labor options precipitated a growth in street gangs.
For 400 years, black labor built the United States. All of a sudden, it's no longer needed. You know, so sorry. I mean, there's something different about being poor in LA than there is anywhere up in the world. You're right up against it. It's all there in front of you, and you can't have any.
Street gangs are not a new phenomenon, but it used to be that a young man would be in a gang as a kid and then grow up and get a job. But when those jobs disappeared, the gangs did not. In fact, they took on new meaning and purpose, and many of those meanings and purposes were not so great for the community the gangs were in. The resulting rises in poverty and crime creates lots of bodies to fill those jails in those rural prisons, but it also serves to manage that population that might otherwise be a threat, not just at the street crime level, but in a revolutionary sense. People don't just wake up one morning and decide to join a gang and break in houses or sell drugs. A lot of that requires a process of alienation and dehumanization, often through the social exclusion and dysfunction that poverty causes.
As those jobs start disappearing in these, you know, quote unquote urban neighborhoods in the hood, you know, that doesn't exist. So some people turn to the black market, right? So the state says, we don't have any jobs for these people. And not just, oh, we don't have any use for these people. But we can't have them on the street. You know, in Marxism, we call this a surplus labor. Right. So we have a surplus labor force that we ain't got no jobs for them. So where are we going to put them?
One thing as a convict, everybody realizes you always have a choice. The choice might be fucked, but you always have a choice, right? You know what I mean? Like, for example, I go back to when I was selling dope and I was on the streets and stuff like that. I had a choice. I could be homeless and not sell dope, or I could sell dope and not be homeless, right? I had a choice. I just chose to sell dope. You know what I mean? Now, does that mean I think I should have been thrown in prison for it? No, that wasn't the answer. Like, I needed economic help. I needed support. I needed housing. I needed things like that. When I went to prison, it was like a high school reunion, literally. Like, everybody who had dipped out and disappeared, and we know what happened to them, they're in prison. You know what I mean? So when I went to prison, at least the state prison, then it was I like saw all these people from high school. I was like, oh shit, that's where you went to.
Both my parents are college educated. My daddy is an architect. My mommy is a CPA. Because of that, it was never a question whether or not I was going to school, going to college. I knew that was a part of the natural order of things. There's a difference between being broke and being structurally like impoverished. At the end of the day, even if I have $0 to my name, I'm from a socioeconomic class, a walk in life where I have friends and people that I could even get money from. You know what I mean? I have different opportunities and mobility, and that's a certain different level of privilege. So it's like, yeah, sure, I don't steal. It's easy for me to be like, oh yeah, I wouldn't steal, or I'm not going to do this or whatever it is. I only don't have to do what my circumstances don't require me to have to
Are you trying to make me read out the word test and read out the words highlight my message, make cows not war? Is that what's going on?
consider?
Essentially, when people grow up in a society that hates and
congratulations,
demonizes them
you did
for their
it.
race or ethnicity or just being poor, those people are more likely to feel apart and less beholden to that society, and thus a little less likely to follow the rules and laws of that society. So in practice, this mostly...
You're just spending the points. Well, you think about the potential of the other points. You could make me wear a funny hat. You don't want to save up your points and make me wear a silly fedora or something. You don't want to do that. You just want to waste them on highlighting the message, saying test, highlight my message. They just keep coming.
just looks like street crime. But in theory, it has always been society's rejects and outsiders, the poor and the oppressed, regardless of race or gender or religion or creed, that have been most apt to engage in radical action against the status quo.
And we're going to say it after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's too many hats. That's too many hats. Give it 5 minutes.
This is the real danger of crime that our current system is.
By the way, I just want to pull that back because that was our boy Fred Hampton, and you know, I don't want to. Whoa, too many hats. 15 minutes of hats. This is bullshit, chat. I can't believe you're all making me wear hats using the thing that I created for the stream to make it a little bit more funny. I don't know. Anyway, let's go.
Poor and the oppressed, regardless of race or gender or religion or creed, that have been most apt to engage in radical action against the status quo.
And we're going to say it after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up, that you can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail a revolution.
It's true, he's right.
This is the real danger of crime that our current system is.
Yeah, I don't lie, mate cows.
That doesn't often get talked about. Tukey Williams and Sonny Carson and Larry Hoover, these were notable gang leaders who were in prison for violent crimes, but at the same time, they're also black men who had the capacity to galvanize and organize hundreds and thousands of black youth under one cause and one banner with extreme loyalty. Back in the 60s, the Panthers sought and worked to unify and recruit from street gangs for this very reason. Yeah. Because they recognized that the greatest potential for revolution would reside in the untapped potential of those people. And our justice system has
mule
that
in a
same
hat for an hour and a half.
When we first started, we had a police alert patrol, and we would patrol the community. If we saw the police brutalize anyone, we would put an end to this. Usually the police wouldn't brutalize anyone if we were on hand because we were armed. And if the police arrested the individual, we'd follow him to the jail and bail the individual out, whether he was a Panther or not. And we would gain many recruits like this. So therefore, the community started to
nice stuff.
To say that, well, these people are really concerned about our welfare.
This video is coming out in August, which is a significant month in the realm of radical and revolutionary action. And in those radical circles, August is referred to as Black August. Black August seeks to commemorate the unquantifiable amount of political prisoners locked up in America and worldwide. And it was created to honor the death of one of America's most influential political prisoners and gang leaders, George Jackson.
For 10 years, Jackson read and wrote constantly. Prison was his school. His letters were collected and published in a book. For him, the oppression and humiliation, the frustration and the violence
Chinese to organize. Don't you be giving him hints?
Outside in American society. Prison made George Jackson a revolutionary. Violence he saw as the only instrument of change. Overnight, his letters made him an idol of the left and a respected literary figure.
Jackson embodies what capitalists fear about not just prisoners, but the unchecked surplus labor of disaffected people. Jackson was a petty criminal in California before being arrested for armed robbery of a gas station for $70. For this crime, he was sentenced to, and I kid you not, an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 99 years in prison.
It's insane.
A term they called for 1 to life, where I could have done 1 year and been released. I've done 10. That's more time than anybody in the state has ever done on a 1 to life.
However, a few years into his sentence, Jackson found Lenin and Fanon and Marx, etc., and much like a Malcolm X before him and countless people since then, he had a political awakening and began to organize with other prisoners inside of the prisons in response to the inhumane and brutal treatment of the prison guards that he was receiving. And because he did this, Jackson became feared and targeted in prison. Eventually, he was charged and convicted with the murder of a prison guard that would have him put on death row. A collection of letters he wrote regarding his experiences and beliefs culminated into Soledad, Brother, a bestseller.
And that's what they'll do. They'll just fucking kill you if they can't put you in prison, or if when you're in prison you organize to do a revolution. They will literally just kill you. That's what they do. Motherfuckers hate reading theory so much they get arrested to force themselves to read. Oh, God.
It brought him attention.
Hey, listen, at least I tried to read Marx, you know? At least I tried. As soon as he got into the algebra of fucking, you know, all that shit, dividing lengths of linen, that was game over. Game fucking over for me.
And acclaim. His work was lauded by academics and revolutionaries alike. He even allegedly exchanged love letters with Angela Davis. In fact, the story of Angela Davis and her connection to Jackson and Jackson's brother is legit worthy of a Spike Lee film.
Another
flat cap. Another one. 13th documentary. They spend a short section talking about the criminal trial that Davis underwent as a result of her connection.
The audiobook is pretty great. There is no nothing against you yet, but like, you know, I don't think there is a single format that you could put like algebra in that would make me able to like absorb it in any fashion whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just can't be dealing with it. Like, numbers are hard enough. Numbers are fucking hard enough. Now you got to put letters in there as well. Letters that don't even mean what they mean in the same thing as numbers. And they just won't put the numbers in. Even when the letters mean an amount or like an amount of number, they're just like, no, we're just going to put the letter in. The algebra part isn't long and it's not really the important part. I've got dyscalculia, yeah? And I already know the important part. I've already read the important parts, and I already know the important part. You know, it's simple, isn't it? You just you make a dime, your boss makes $1. That's it, isn't it? You don't need to write a whole book. Look at him there with his stupid fucking beard, fucking being all like, yeah, I'm gonna write a whole book about this. Anyway, I, on the other hand, absorbed Marx with my mother's milk. Do you know what? Pretty awesome. Right, what was the next hat? What was the next hat? I had flat cap. That happened. One random hat. All right. You get the gnome. That's what you get. It's pretty much always going to be the gnome hat if you do the random one. All right, 5 minutes of that. Let's go.
But making no mention of the details.
Also, hello, Thasmadar.
Jackson's name or the other co-defendants involved in the case. And it's almost as if they don't want
need some water from the heat from the hats. I do. You're right. Thanks for the hydrate.
Jackson represented.
Story again in the law. The system tried to put the sister on trial, and the sister said, "No, we putting you on trial."
Hey, Shakes, how's it going? Hey, Middle Earth.
And she devastated the prosecution.
Davis was put on trial because she owned guns that were used in an armed insurrection at a California courthouse by George Jackson's brother, Jonathan Jackson, an insurrection that ended in a police shootout that saw Jonathan and several others killed, including a judge. Jackson himself was eventually killed in an alleged prison escape less than a year later, but his work resonated after his death, and his next book, Blood in My Eyes, cemented him as a centerpiece for revolutionary politics and prison abolition.
So yeah, he gets assassinated, and in August, that's again why we honor it in August, and then that next month is when Attica happens, which again goes back to George Jackson. So I'm throwing
Attica is related. No way. I was just reading about that. Oh, fuck.
Out all those references to say George Jackson is like the core of a lot of, either people or moments in Black history that we even know about. The quote I read you earlier about destroying a prison, that I believe that was in Blood in My Eye.
Yeah.
So it's like George Jackson is central to our understanding of prisons, to Black August, obviously, because it was a commemoration that started with his people. You know, he's central to a lot of revolutionary theory. Some people who even theory on fascism, central to that. You know, and he was also even considered an honorary Black Panther, like inside the prison as well. So he's connected to all these different things, and he did it all from his own cell.
It's important to remember that prison abolition didn't start with academics and petite bourgeois Negroes. It started in the prisons. Jackson may have entered prison a petty thief, but he found politics in the process. And this is a pattern we've seen before, both in terms of developing politically, but also in terms of being persecuted. This story is repeated multiple times, including the Pendleton 2, of which 2 Black has released a documentary on after they were charged with insurrections and given ridiculous amounts of prison time for what amounted to self-defense under a racist and violent institution. But recognize that many past and current political prisoners like Mumia Abu-Jamal and numerous members of the Black Panther Party in the 1960s, including Huey P. Newton and Fred Hampton, as well as civil rights leaders before and after him, such as Martin Luther King and John Lewis, were targeted and arrested by police and put in prisons in the middle of political movements. Hell, even Dr. Dre didn't want to make the song Fuck the Police because he was on a prison release program and didn't want retaliation from the prison guards. This system has always been used to target would-be agitators.
I talk about teeth a lot, right? It is the fascist teeth, right? It is the way to force people into submission. If you're organizing politically and you are a political dissident, what are they going to do, right? They're going to send the police after you.
Such a good petty thief. He stole political consciousness, yeah.
And then they throw you into the prison as a consequence, where then people will not pay attention, for example, if you die. And even if you don't die, you will sit there for years rotting away because they don't want you speaking up. They need to have the whip. They need to have the way to inflict pain and terror upon people. Like for even like
and again, this is exactly why when Feek was talking to his ex-student Ben before, and Ben was telling him about, oh, they move you around 8 times. I was moved around 8 times. Like that's pretty much like give or take every single year they moved him to a different prison. And you're not allowed to be friends with people because of that revolutionary potential. When we were speaking to John on Red Planet from Prisoner Solidarity Network, he told us that the first thing that happens when you get to prison is you realize the violence of the state and the power of the state. And that radicalizes you straight away, right? It radicalizes you. It says, it makes you say, this isn't fucking right. Doesn't matter how much of a sheep you are going like, yeah, I deserve to be here. I got to do my time. I got to keep my head down. There is something like very, 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 very loud in the back of your head saying, this isn't right. This isn't right. It's not fucking right. And they tell you this in the UK. I imagine as well, they will say this in the US, but they say this in the UK when you leave. Well, Ben alluded to this. Don't speak to any other prisoners. Don't speak to any other ex-convicts. And don't speak to leftist organizers. They say that to you in the UK. They definitely say that to you in the US. They gotta. Right, what was the next hat? What was the next fucking hat? I gotta do a stretch as well. Baseball cap. Fucking gross. I'll give you the shades. Just because I'm feeling nice, you know? Hell yeah, brother. That's right. Okay. Here we go.
What you said, this might be too much, but like you not want to speak on certain things because you're scared of facing consequences of doing that, even though your First Amendment rights is supposed to protect you. You know how far that really goes if you
hey Echo Baz, how's it going?
Back to Golden Gulag, Gilmore tells the story of Gilbert
Jones, they can't legally do that.
Gang leader who, with the help of activists, began.
But then again, when you're talking about legality, like the cops don't need to follow the law. You know, the people in power don't need to follow the law, innit? They just don't. So it's like Can they legally do that? No. But will they do that? Yeah. It's literally just like BP was saying then. You know, your First Amendment right is supposed to protect you from that, but it doesn't. It actually just doesn't.
And an organizing initiative that was seeking to create truces and unification between street gangs in South Central Los Angeles for the purpose of resisting police brutality and corrupt courts. As this movement gained steam, Jones was arrested for a $10 armed robbery. Gilmore writes,
The state relocated Gilbert's case from Compton, where a seating black jury is quite easy, to the Long Beach courtroom of an anti-gang judge, Marvin Doolittle. Despite the testimony of numerous witnesses who were there with him at the time of the robbery, the jury found Gilbert guilty. And despite further testimony at the sentencing hearing from the former governor Jerry Brown, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and others concerning his peacemaking achievements, the judge bound the young man over to the custody of the California Department of Corrections to serve 7 years for a $10 robbery.
$10
you may be thinking that all of
robbery.
This horrifying counter-revolution.
Every single thing, every single prisoner, overwhelmingly, every single prisoner in most prisons are away for petty offenses. They become institutionalized because they get tortured while they're inside. Not tortured in the traditional way, tortured in the accepted way. You know, they will get beaten. Like, for sure they'll get beaten, but psychologically they'll get tortured. You know, every single prison in the UK right now, they are on 1 hour outside of their cell time every day, and that is to shower, have a little bit of exercise, boom, get back inside. There's none of that fucking summer camp playing PlayStation 2 shit going on. They're in a cell 23 hours of the day. When they get out, they can't accept the fact that what has happened to them and that no one understands it because everybody else in society is brainwashed. And so they reoffend. Of course they do. Because they're like, well, I guess this is just who I am in this situation. That is what being institutionalized means. It means you've been in an institution for so long that it affects you psychologically to the point where you're like, you know, that's the real goal of prison, to make you institutionalized so that prisons can just keep operating. You know what I mean?
Oppressive tactics that I'm talking about are relics of a bygone era, that modern police and courts wouldn't be so bold to do such things today, but you'll be mistaken. We've seen the arrest, detainment, and...
Yeah, I mean, you say that, mate cows, but like, we don't have nearly the amount of armed robberies in the UK. Do you know what I mean? Like, that you have in the US. Like, having a gun is very, very fucking normal in the US. So, like, you could absolutely argue that, like, having a gun is a petty robbery. You know what I mean? If you just happen to have your gun on you, you've not even drawn it or whatever, and then it gets added on, or let's say that, like, the cops don't like you because of what you look like or who you are or what you say to them or whatever, and they put a gun on you. You know what I mean? It's gonna be petty robberies. It's gonna be petty theft, petty stuff. You know what I mean?
In some cases, mysterious disappearances of protesters over the last few years. But more blatant and in-your-face stuff
what
is still
Nambibi
happening
said in the chat.
right
I think
now
that's your name.
here
Yeah.
in Atlanta.
Can't
For
see shit
long-time
in these
viewers,
glasses.
you know that I have taken a vested interest in bringing attention to Atlanta's Cop City.
You make a great defense attorney. No, I'm gonna remain a Twitch streamer who promotes prison abolition. But yeah, this video shocked me. I had no idea that around 27% of sexual assault convictions lead to jail time. Yeah, it's fucked. Hey, Leftwood Edward, how you doing? Used in furtherance of the crime is bullshit. Yeah. My neighbor gets claustrophobic and drinks a lot as a result. He was inside for 15 years. Yeah. Solicitor. Listen, the problem is, mate cows, not war, is that, like, I can't go into normal jobs. Even if I'm like, listen, as well, what you're also asking me to do is you're asking me to, like, go to fucking uni again. Do you know what I mean? I've already done that. I'm not doing it again. I'm already in 60 grand of debt. I'm not going to get in another 60 grand of debt just to be a solicitor in a legal system that I don't specifically agree with. Do you know what I mean? I appreciate it. You're giving me a compliment. You're saying, like, oh, you're quite smart. It's like, yes, I know. But here's the thing. I would rather be poor as fuck doing this, what I love, than be less poor. 60K, chump numbers. Let's pump those numbers up. Imagine. Speaking of which, chat, yes, this is my full-time job. There's quite a number of you here now. It's nice. I'm doing an earlier stream. Yes, that's right. I might be continuing to do earlier streams. And if you want to encourage me to do earlier streams, what you should do is you should sub off Twitch immediately. Please consider subbing off Twitch. It means that 100% of the money goes to me, your boy, Donkus Mule. Not only am I a Twitch streamer, I'm also a housing activist. A lot of that work that I do for housing activism goes unpaid. So please consider doing that. We're very, very, very close to hitting the midway point of the month. It is the 14th of the month today. Yeah? So, if you want to unlock that double feature movie night in the Discord, whereby we'll be watching Hard Ticket to Hawaii and Sisu, funnily enough, about a Finnish guy who is way more based than that other Finnish guy that was in the chat before. Yeah, very, very cool. So, yeah. And that's that. But Mule, what if instead you tried to work within the system? A wrong person might say, Ashran, let's not, talk that way about new chatters who have come in here and, they very well might work within the system, but, they're not a bad person. Yeah, let's not, demonize new members of the community because of their jobs, etc., etc. You can have that opinion if you like, but just try and be nice in it. Do you know what I mean? They're not fucking hurting anyone, kind of thing. So anyway, I know that you might not know that because you've just come into the stream and, Makes Cows was talking about that ages away. But yeah, let's be a little bit respectful of each other. Yeah, we're all trying to make a better world in our own way. Again, yeah, please consider subbing off Twitch. Use the sub off Twitch command in the chat. There you go. I've done the spiel.
Resistance project.
I've done the spiel.
City is
New
a
hat.
project that seeks to take $90 million, including $60 million of taxpayer money.
In fact, it's the old hack.
build
Someone
a
redeemed the flag cap. Let's
police
go.
training facility in a black working class community, while also tearing down a significant force referred to as Atlanta's lungs. And I had known about this situation for almost a year before deciding to talk about it on my platform. But what spurred me to say something on my channel, where I usually talk about
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Leftwood Edward, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Again, the sub off Twitch command is designed for you to not spend money on Twitch, because Twitch, terrible platform, doesn't do anything about 90% of the horrible fucking bigoted shit that happens on this platform. For example, a streamer friend of mine recently got raided by someone whose whole platform is about promoting crypto, and every single raider who came into her chat was saying, please invest in this shitcoin that this guy has created. Also, all the misogynist streamers who are still out there fucking looking at women Twitch streamers streams, calling them names, all this fucking shit, all this misogynist shit. Twitch is an awful platform. Don't give him your money. Awful. I appreciate the bits though. I do appreciate some of that money does come to me, so thank you anyway. But please, again, donate directly to the PayPal. You get benefits from that. You get to have a double feature movie night. You get to have me playing an acoustic guitar, performing some songs for you next month. Speaking of which, don't forget next Wednesday, DJ stream with me dressed as a gnome, thanks to the incentive that we hit last month. So there you go. Anyway, let's crack
black
on.
movies and the Manosphere was the arrest of 5 young people that were peacefully occupying the forest in December of 2022.
Federal agents flushed 5 people out of the wooded site due to be cleared to build the facility. The 5 were then charged with domestic terrorism.
They were not involved in endangering anybody. They were sitting passively in trees trying to express a political position.
Domestic terrorism for protesting. Now, since then, there has been an escalation in tactics and challenges to this project. So there have been other protesters also charged with domestic terrorism, whether it seems at least somewhat reasonable according to these bullshit laws. But the first 5 people charged in this.
I gotta watch that again, chat. Oh yeah, let's go.
So there have been other protesters also charged with domestic terrorism, whether it seems at least somewhat reasonable according to.
Oh, this is so good. This is so fucking good. Why do I keep getting these points? I don't want my participation to be commodified and measured. Just don't spend them then. They don't mean anything anyway.
These bullshit laws. But the first 5 people charged in December were charged with terrorism because of alleged vandalism and trespassing. Worse yet, just a few weeks ago, a nonprofit that raises money for the legal fees for protesters was raided.
Also,
by
welcome to the stream,
NamBB. A SWAT team was used to penetrate this house in the middle of a nice neighborhood on the east side of Atlanta, where I literally cannot afford to buy a house at.
Marlon Kautz, Adele McClain, and Savannah Patterson were charged with one.
Yes, feet using the Democracy Now! Footage. Let's go. Let's go. Adorable. Thank you so much for the £20. Holy shit. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really, really, really appreciate that, Adorable. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
1 count each of money laundering and charity fraud.
Hey, Agenda Witchery. Long time no see. How you doing?
Were, quote,
you do want your partitions to be
contributors
commodified.
To fund the actions in part
Hello,
of
Mr. Dank.
Defend the Atlanta Forest, a group classified
Everyone's
by the United
popping in
States
now. Look at
Department
this.
of Homeland Security as domestic violent extremists.
Another blue fella as well.
As proof of money
Crazy.
laundering, the warrants cite reimbursements from April 2021 to March of this year that total less than $7,000.
Cancellation.
And were
All right,
for
Edward.
forest
You got it.
cleanup, totes, COVID rapid tests, media, and yard signs. The Atlanta Solidarity.
Let's just play that again, just for anyone who missed it. Big Amy with the big truths, as per usual.
Reimbursements from April 2021 to March of this year that total less than $7,000 and were for forest cleanup, totes, COVID rapid tests, media, and yard signs.
So, like, those are the things that they spent. I did do the blue fella you redeemed earlier, Shafiq. I did. Those are the things that they are claiming were used for, you know, racketeering, whatever. The money side of things in the indictment.
The Atlanta Solidarity Fund issued a statement that it's existed for 7 years, quote, with the sole purpose of providing resources to protesters experiencing repression.
They were arrested and charged with financial crimes. Ask yourself if you've ever heard of a SWAT team being used to arrest bankers. Quick addendum here to update.
Yep.
The ongoing escalation of legal violence against this resistance movement. 61 individuals were given RICO charges related to community organizing against the Stop Cop City movement. Here is a literal quote from the district attorney that illustrates how bogus these charges are.
When you allege a conspiracy to commit racketeering, there's no...
Oh, yeah, this fucking guy. We watched this on stream, chat. Do you remember? We watched this on stream the other day.
That illustrates how bogus these charges are.
When you allege a conspiracy to commit racketeering, there's no requirement under Georgia law that they know each other. The whole purpose of the Georgia racketeering law is that they're all working in some way, shape, or form towards the same goal. And they formed a conspiracy to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that every person has to talk to every single person. All you have to do is commit one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy with the others, and then you can be guilty of racketeering. So that's why, is because it's...
This was the thing that fucked me up the other day when we watched it, because it's like they're just so blatantly like, yeah, it doesn't actually matter like what the law says. We could just like arrest people who don't even know each other, and we could claim that they're all part of the same organization if we don't like them. RICO charge. It's like racketeering indictment court order or something. Right? Hang on a minute. Let's Google it. RICO. There we go. Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. That's what it is. It comes from the act. But yeah, RICO is the acronym.
a large case.
Again, great example of acronyms being the worst thing of all time. Like, we should just abolish acronyms, because the only reason that acronyms exist is for time-saving, what do you call it? Time-saving things in conversation. We should have enough time. We should have as much time as we need to be able to discuss things. Like Ents, do you know what I mean? We should have Ent moots where it takes like 5 days to discuss something. That would be the ideal world, wouldn't it? Where no one has to use acronyms, because we all don't want to waste anyone's time, because time is money, remember? Time is money. Time spent saying something in full is time that you could be spent in the grind. You know? Couldn't his definition apply to all capitalists within the state? Yeah, I think that's what Feek was implying. Like, you know, it's not like, you know, it's not like they're using these charges to arrest bankers who are definitely, clearly, in broad daylight, breaking these laws that exist. You know? Wow, it's almost like laws don't apply to people in power. Whoa!
And so if you want to tie everybody together and they're all trying to do the same thing, racketeering is the appropriate charge.
By this logic, anyone who has done anything against this project can be charged with racketeering. This is an extremely scary...
Like, I could be charged with racketeering because I'm promoting it. I'm talking about it, and I'm, like, saying, yeah, listen, what the activists are doing there is great and good. You know? I don't know, I think BDSM is way easier than bondage, discipline, domination, submission, sadism, and masochism. Yeah? It is easier to say, but I don't like things being easy for people, do I? I like it when things are hard and annoying.
And dangerous precedent being...
Anyway, BDSM doesn't count because everybody knows what that is. There's no, like, other organization that uses that. The thing that annoys me about acronyms is that, like, there might be, like, one acronym that 2 people are using for different things, and that's where it gets annoying, and it's like, I'm done with that. And besides, you cannot say BDSM because most people don't say BDSM nowadays. Most people say kink, don't they? Kink or fetish play, right? Easy as that, isn't it? So always grind as hard as fuck as fast as possible when corporations need something. Please be patient. Progress is coming when addressing the material concerns of working people, right? Am I a racketeer if I go to 2 protests? Right, this is the thing. Like, they will literally be doing that. Like, that is what they're doing. That's what they're saying to people. They're saying, like, if you support this movement, if you go to this protest, oh, you better believe you could get slapped with those RICO charges, my friend. That's what they're saying. They're desperately using this law to be like, don't you dare get in the way of the state's activities, especially the cops, you know?
Enacted that could impact any form of organized protest and resistance in this country, whether it be strikes, civil disobedience, boycotts, canvassing, etc. It's so bad that 2 district attorneys in DeKalb County recused themselves from being a part of the prosecution because even they know what's up. I don't know if there's better evidence to prove the point that I'm trying to make here. This isn't happening in Alabama or Texas or New York or LA or Chicago or some other place known for silencing dissent and marginalized voices or this type of violence. This is happening in Atlanta, Georgia, Wakanda, Black Mecca, the home of Martin Luther King, John Lewis, the city too busy to hate, where our Democratic Morehouse graduate mayor is working with Republicans to push this unpopular and outright terrifying project through.
Wait, what was that? Georgia Tech graduate, right? Just the correction there from Feek.
Working with Republicans to push this unpopular and outright terrifying project through.
The Public Safety Training Center will be a vital piece of infrastructure that will serve the training needs of our fire and police departments and be a true community asset.
I love the way that whenever fucking any official speaks about Cop City, they're always like, don't forget the fire department need to use it. I ask you this. Do the fire department need any kind of training? Are the fire department failing in multiple ways? That means that fires are just ravaging the city of Georgia, the state of Georgia, not the city, the state of Georgia. Are they just? Why do the fire department need training in Cop City? I don't understand what you want about. Do fire departments actually like say that Cop City is a good idea Because I think you'll find actually that when some fire departments were asked if they needed this, when they were at the committee for whether Cop City should be built, they actually said no. So it's always fun when officials say that, oh, fire departments will be using it as well, isn't it? It's always fun. It's never a lie, is it? It's never something that's, you know, just created so that they could continue to brutalize us and oppress us, is it? It's nothing. It's never that. Never that.
Said to our residents. Today, I am pleased to report that
It is that. In case anyone didn't get it, the joke is that it is that. Right. Anyway.
Reached an agreement with DeKalb County to issue the construction permits and begin to move the project forward.
I have a genuine fear for my own safety as I'm making this video.
That's what it is, Mark. Exactly.
Visible in a way, talking up this issue. And these institutions have made it clear that they don't have an issue with weaponizing the justice system against dissenters like me, which is why, for those of you ops watching, I want to be clear. I'm just an entertainer. I'm a loudmouth grad school dropout talking shit on YouTube. My last video was literally about making videos on YouTube, and the one before that was about anime. Don't pay me any mind. Like, share, and subscribe. Join my Patreon. Buy a t-shirt.
He's not serious. It's just a silly Billy video. Do you know what I mean? He's not being serious, guys. He's not. Like, chat, he's not being serious. When I said guys, I meant the ops, right? I wonder if they want to turn firefighters into an additional paramilitary force. Well, maybe. Putting firefighters up front, does that include incarcerated people sent to fight wildfires? Great point, Shafiq. Great point. And Sleepy Time Queer as well with the same thing. Yeah, they're not going to use Cop City to train tons of inmates that they use to fight forest fires. Right, exactly.
Joe
exactly.
Biden 2024. I joke, but the reality is, I'm genuinely afraid. I struggle because on some level, I feel like maybe this is ego and arrogance and paranoia, and I literally am just a YouTuber who should not have any type of attention or effect on these large systems where they target me. But the fact is, I'm supposed to be afraid. When the police raid nonprofits, when they shoot protesters and charge peaceful protesters with domestic terrorism, that is their goal. They want to instill fear in people who might resist. That is not a bug of this system.
Yep.
It's a feature.
Yep.
The Pendleton 2 documentary starts off with this conversation about what happened to George Floyd. Specifically, the director is asking, what would he have done if he was there?
And instantly I was reminded of how dangerous this country is for people who look like me.
Hey, Adam.
But then I thought about the other people who happen to be in the unfortunate position of having to stand there and watch as a man dies.
Because when you look at that George Floyd tape, of course you see the police officer standing on George Floyd's neck. But the thing that's often forgotten about is that this entire scene is witnessed by a crowd of people yelling and screaming to hopefully save George Floyd's life. I've often conversed with others and thought to myself about what is the reality where the people filming George Floyd's murder put the phones down and stepped in to intervene. What froze them there?
It was the fear. He's right. It's the fear. It's like, damn, if I get involved to actually save this person's life, what if I get shot? What if I get killed? What if I go to prison? Exactly, Dime. What if I suffer the same state violence? That's what it is. And that's what any public lynching is for, right? It's to put people in that frame of, this could happen to you. Don't fuck around. Behave, right? But the reality is, even if you do behave, it could happen. So
they'd be risking if they stood up to those officers, even as they witnessed them doing something that they clearly shouldn't have been doing.
Also, hey, Dime. Everybody go follow Dime.
I can talk a good game behind this camera. In this little pocket universe, I control everything that happens. But would I have done any differently than they did? I have a wife and kids at home. Will I have risked my life or livelihood to save another? People can talk a good game in comment sections and on videos and in reports after the fact.
In Twitch chats where they come in and they say, I'll beat you up, bro.
But I know I'm not the only one to not really know deep down inside whether my response to that situation would have been any different. And it's one of the reasons why I don't talk too greasy behind the safety of this camera. The reality is the badge and the gun in that situation imbues in us a sense of fear to not do the right thing, even when it's obvious what the right thing is. It takes a whole different mindset and disposition to be about that action. A mindset and disposition that often results in getting targeted. Because the fear of the consequences of taking action, of doing what's right, of seeking justice, that is a fundamental function of the police and their presence. It is meant to make us think twice, whether they'll kill you and get away with it, or lock you up after a sham trial, or have a SWAT team breaking down your door. All those things send a message. So we really need to start sending one back. To those people who are willing to risk their safety and livelihood to protest and take action against these systems legally and non-violently, of course, we need to show those folks that if and when they do get targeted by these systems, that we will at least have their backs. That is the point of Black August. And in those cases where they do go away, we won't forget about them and we will continue to fight for their freedom and fight against this system.
Email prisoners, chat. Email prisoners. Tell them that you support them. There's a prisoner that I'm thinking of just off the top of my head. Oh, Sarah Jane Baker, trans woman who's being held on remand at the moment in a men's prison. Vile, absolutely vile. She's going to be stuck there at least until March 2024 because of her previous conviction. Yeah, so even though she wasn't charged and she was given a not guilty sentence at Crown Magistrates Court in the City of London, she's stuck in jail because that's the system. Do you know what I mean? Not only in jail, a fucking men's jail, right? It's fucked. And there's going to be loads of prisoner solidarity networks in the US, in whatever country that you're based in. Just Google it. Just fucking Google it. Just something as simple as, hey, I know this is random, but I know you're a political prisoner. You know, I'm not saying that you should message like someone who's murdered someone or raped anybody or anything like that. Like, you do what you want to do. You speak to who you want to speak to, innit? Like, that's your decision. But you should really be thinking about political prisoners, at least like Sarah Jane Baker, at least like Leonard Peltier, yeah? Think about Leonard Peltier, a guy who was forced into a situation decades ago because the FBI was coming to his native land, his native reservation, to fucking murder people, taking pot shots at natives and defending that land. He's been in prison for fucking 40 years, almost, I think. It was his birthday on Tuesday. You know? Just one email goes a long way. Yeah?
That's the least we can do.
Like, also, I could get into like deep political theory, but on a real basic level, political prisoners are that because they are punished not just for what they did, but to send a message to everyone else.
Yeah.
So if slavery ever did have a decent analogy here, it's just very similar. When you punish the slave who ran away or rose up against, and you make sure that there's a public display of that so everybody else can see what happens when you do that. Right. Yeah. So if you can't have that person's back, if we can't have their back, then that sends a message to any of us that when we do choose to rise up, that ain't nobody going to be there for us. So people probably less likely to turn up. Right. But if you know when you turn up, even if all of us aren't willing to go that far, that at least people are going to have your back. You know, you'll have way more people willing to commit themselves to struggle. But if it's just like, yo, this happens and nobody cares, and people aren't going to commit themselves to struggle because struggle's not an individualistic thing. They committed themselves to struggle because they were in a cohort of people who all loved each other and took care of each other. And that's important to emphasize. But if we can't have their backs, what does that say about any of the shit we're kicking? Yeah.
He's right.
Because the fact that we can even have this conversation is a product of the struggles that happened prior. Even if some things got co-opted, even if some people went to prison, even if some people got killed, The only reason we can have this conversation is because people were willing to struggle, or we wouldn't even be able to do this in public. Because there was a time where quite literally this was death.
So we're going to see about stopping, regardless of what these people think we should do. Because school is not important and work is not important. Nothing's more important than stopping fascism, because fascism will stop us all.
So in the description of this video,
rest in power, King,
of causes, petitions, documentaries, and further opportunities for educating yourself on the problems of policing and prisons, including a place to donate to support the ongoing anti-cop city movement, as well as a link to the aforementioned Pendleton 2 documentary, co-directed by my guest, 2 Black. That one can be found on the Signified B-Sides channel, along with more information on how you can support the Pendleton 2. Please take a little time to engage in supporting these causes, because
there you go, chat, the Pendleton 2.
I couldn't even begin to describe or fully enumerate in a YouTube video, but the goal was for this to be a jumping point for all of you watching. Because there are small wins being had on the regular. Cities across the country are piloting community policing efforts, eliminating cash bail, and investing in communities and infrastructure for at-risk neighborhoods. Even Republicans want to defund the FBI, not for the right reasons, but a win is a win. But still, it mustn't be lost what John has been saying this whole time. In 2020, the concept of defunding the police was at its most popular level ever and gaining steam. And then the concept of defunding the police turned into reforming the police, which literally turned into funding the police.
The people who control the conversation naturally detooth it, turn it back into some milquetoast liberal bullshit. That's what happens.
And resulted in increases in police budgets nationwide since 2020. It was
That's where Cop City came from.
A concept that was co-opted. And don't get me wrong, like, we all knew that was likely gonna happen, but it does hurt a bit and mean something that these messages and these ideas that are created in these leftist spaces are so easily subsumed into the status quo, partly because we do part of that work for them. We don't want to say the thing in its most clear and unassailable and purest form. It happened to defund the police. It happened to Black Lives Matter. It happened to the word woke. So we're gonna take a cue from my boy John, and even fucking Ice Cube from that era before he sold out and was appearing on Tucker Carlson shows, along with a legacy of Black people suffering under these systems who gave him the idea for that in the first place, and call it what it is. It's not reform the police. It's not defund the police. It's not abolish the police. It's fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad cause I'm brown. And that's gonna be really hard for them to water down.
Yep.
And if folks think that's too abrasive, that's kind of the point.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much it, except for the fact that I have to take a moment to talk about this video sponsor, and the only reason why a video like this probably could be made, at least for me, my streaming service, Nebula.
Everybody go support Feek. You know the score. What an absolute quality video, chat. What an absolute quality fucking video. We got some stuff in the chat. Support anyone who could piss the status quo off that much. Yep, very true. Medkits 101, hello. How are you doing, pal? Everybody go follow Medkits 101. How you doing, mate? Saw some stuff about firefighters in chat, and everyone should know the fire and EMS Robocops 8 out of 10 times. Treat anyone you meet by way of calling 911 like a cop who happens to be obligated to stabilize your vitals from a retired paramedic. Yeah, I don't think anyone was making excuses for EMS or firefighters who do that. We were just talking about how, like, it's clearly like a D2 of Cop City in order to be like, you know, the firefighters are going to be using it as well. So, yeah, it's all about that. Nada161 says, Anarchist Black Cross also has a list of political prisoner addresses to mail to. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, you know, a lot of this stuff is, like, legitimately, like, Googleable. Like, you could just do a bunch of Googling. I know that it seems like, it's scary to Google this stuff, but honestly, you know, they're not logging what you search for on Google and sending it to the police. They're just, well, actually, I shouldn't say that because maybe they are. But even if they are, if they're logging, like, absolutely everything, they're like, fucking people are sending to the fucking Googling shit like that and sending that to the cops, it's like, oh, they have not got all the fucking time to fucking deal with that shit. You know what I mean? They're too busy out there, like, arresting petty criminals. Anyway, Ushanka. Yeah, well, I will wear that when I get back from my big piss. Because that's what I'm going to do now.
That's piss.
That's right, chat. It's time for a big piss. And I've never announced it like that. But I'm going to go stretch my legs, use the toilet. You should do the same. Take your meds if you take meds and you've forgotten to do it or whatever. You know, go ahead and check out the fridge. See if there's any snacks in there that you forgot to have. I will be hydrating. Yes, again, Johnny. I love how, like, I say I'm going to go for a big piss. And Johnny's like, hydrate more. More piss. That's what we want. But yeah, make sure you stretch your legs. Take your meds. Have something to eat. Use the bathroom. I'll be back momentarily. See you in a bit. You forgot to take your meds? Well, there you go. There you go. I reminded you. That's why it's important that we say that shit. I can't remember what the emote for that's called. Yeah, there you go. You got it. That's P. Oh. Gonna make a cup of tea, chat. Won't be long. Chat, did I title the stream correctly today? I'm super tired, in case you couldn't tell. I got big fucking black rings around my eyes. Eyes are literally, like, red. You can't really see because of the light, but, like... Oh, man. It's been rough trying to get a fucking good night's sleep recently. My mum just told me she's on holiday. She's landed. She's in a taxi. Great news. Great news. Hope it gets less Scorchio. Alright. Shit. Spelled Scorchio wrong. It's not even a real word. It doesn't have a correct spelling. Anyway. Right. Okay. Let's have a look. What if I titled the stream? Yeah, Unity attacks indie devs. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I'm not excited. I don't know why I was so excited in talking about that. But also, chat, just because we're pretty much done with Feek's video now. Please do not forget to like, comment, share the video. Very, very nice video. Very, very poggers video, as the kids say. But right now we're gonna take a look at this Unity stuff, because this is just like some capitalist nonsense. Really awful. Do not like it. I don't like reporting on it. I don't like having to be the guy that is like, hey, have you heard this awful news? But someone's got to do it. Someone's got to report on it from a material analysis point of view, from a communist point of view, an anarchist point of view. And I'm that guy. I'm that fella. So let me just prepare this scene for you. Unity fucks devs with BS. That's what I'm calling this segment. There's no content warning because this is just generic capitalism stuff. I don't believe there's any bigoted stuff going on in the actual news, but we're going to talk about this real quick, or maybe at length, depending on whether there's any content surrounding it that anyone wants to suggest. But yeah, Unity have introduced a new install charge. If you're not aware of what Unity is, it's a program that many learning game developers, so game dev students, actual game devs, self-employed game developers, so solo indie devs, and even large companies have been using Unity. It's a very easy to learn. It's got a lot of different accessibility features. It's overwhelmingly it's overwhelmingly the engine that developers use for trash games. For example, whenever I do Trash Bingo streams first Wednesday of every month, overwhelmingly the engine that I see come up is Unity. And what they've done is they've introduced this install charge. Now, I don't know too much about it, but what I know is that everybody is really upset and pissed off with this. But basically, Unity announced dramatic changes to its Unity Engine business model, which will see it introduce a monthly fee per new game install, beginning on the 1st of January next year. Now, this is the original story that broke on the 12th of September, I think, which was 2 days ago. And they're going to be starting doing this on the 1st of January next year. It's drawn considerable criticism from the development community. Unity, the engine behind countless acclaimed games, including Tunic, Cuphead, Hollow Knight, Citizen Sleeper, RimWorld, Outer Wilds, Fall Guys, Ori and the Blind Forest, and Cities Skylines. Previously licensed to developers using a royalty-free model built around subscription tiers. Anyone whose revenue or funding was less than $100,000 over the course of the year and who didn't want access to features such as the ability to remove the Unity splash screen could stick to the free Unity personal license, while a Unity Plus subscription was required for up to $200,000 in revenue, and a Unity Pro or above subscription was needed for more. As of the 1st January 2024, devs will be expected to pay an additional monthly Unity runtime fee per new game install, seemingly including reinstalls. So if someone's bought your game previous, uninstalled it, and then reinstalled it, they'll charge you for that. And installs across multiple devices, so even if someone gets a new PC and then installs the game again on that PC, they'll have to pay a fee for that, on top of their existing license subscription, with those fees kicking in for titles that have made $200,000 or more in the last 12 months and at least 200,000 lifetime game installs. Now, this is a thing that I like to do recently when we hear terrible news that affects the bottom line of people, like consumers or people who use a particular type of software or whatever, or a subscription service, is I like to look at the CEO, whose name I believe is Jeff Riccitelli. Is that his name? Jeff Riccitelli, CEO? I think, maybe? What's this guy's name? What's this guy's name, chat? I've forgotten his name. Hang on. Oh, Shafiq, I love that suggestion for the points redeem in the Discord. That's pretty funny. I might actually do that. I might actually fucking do that. Where is this? It was in my Discord earlier. Yeah. I'm gonna be talking about that, Thasmadar. Yeah, Ricky Tiello, thank you, chatters. I appreciate you, John Ricky Tiello. Oh, Rick E. Tiello. Oh my God, just go back. What happened? Just go back to what I fucking typed. Why does fucking Google do this? Holy shit. Okay, John Ricky Tiello. First of all, look at this guy. He gets no bitches. Negative pussy. 65 years old. You know, maybe it's time to retire, dude. Let's have a little look and see what his salary is, shall we? Oh, look at this. John Ricky Tiello. So he has got a salary of $380,000. So he earns $380,000 a year, right? So, you know, if he wanted Unity to make more money, he could probably take a pay cut, couldn't he? Probably more than half, actually. And then that money that goes to him and the other executives on the board of, you know, the big group that he's in charge of or whatever, like, you know, they could all probably take a pay cut, couldn't they? They could probably take a pay cut, you know? Oh shit. Oh shit. Chat. Oh my goodness, Benny. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Folks, please, if you aren't following Benny.gay, what is wrong with you? She's an amazing fucking streamer. Please, 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 go and show her some love. How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome in, chatters. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm an anarchist, communist. I'm a housing activist as well. I'm also pretty fucking queer. And yeah, we're currently just doing a little bit on the Unity CEO making this decision. Well, it's the board, isn't it? It's the board of the company that made this decision to like charge indie devs with an install charge per month. Basically, it's bullshit, and we're just talking about how the CEOs could probably take a pay cut if they wanted to, you know, increase the bottom line or the profit margins of the companies that they own. You know? Anyway, something about workers being exploited. Anyway, welcome in. Faux Machina, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Miss Nixa, hello. Hope you had a fantastic time over at Benny's stream. And again, chat, please go and follow her. She's amazing. Thank you so much for the raid. Really, really appreciate that. But anyway, yeah, let's get back to this. Yeah, this guy earns 380 grand a year, so could almost certainly take a pay cut in order to increase the bottom line, if that's what he's so obsessed with. And he's also got like a bunch of stocks that amount to like, you know, $8 million. Holy fucking shit! Oh my god! Hey, Resute, how you doing? Welcome in. Year or month? Oh, it's gonna be year. It's gonna be per annum. Rohamild. Also, hi, Rohamild. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? So yeah, he could take a pay cut for sure. And then the thing that I think it was someone in the chat earlier, it might have been Sleepy Time Queer, said that there was a fluctuation in the stock prices recently. So let's take a look at the last 5 days. So apparently my man sold his stocks around here. You know, because they were getting pretty fucking high, weren't they? You know, they were pretty They were getting pretty up there, like $35 for like one, or whatever that means. I don't know stock markets much, but what I do know is that this guy announced this news, sold a bunch of his stocks, and then like fucking literally halved in price. And they ain't doing any better. They ain't doing any better in this, sort of like they've been trying to save face, in this article here on Eurogamer. They're talking about like an update. Unity has attempted some clarification, which I think has it wasn't you? Okay, I want to give the proper credit. Thasmadar, that's it. Thasmadar said, I saw a post about that on Tumblr. The CEO apparently sold a bunch of stock the previous week. Right, there you go. So that's that. 2,000 shares a week before the announcement. Piece of shit bastard. What qualifies as a Unity dev as well? I think from what they're saying, it's literally anyone who like sells their game. I think that's what they're fucking saying. CEOs have to declare ahead of time that they're going to sell, so it isn't considered insider selling. Oh no, definitely not going to be insider selling. But I don't fucking know the ins and outs of that. But like, here's the thing: it's still very shitty, isn't it? It's still very shitty. So it kind of says like, well, I've just sold a bunch of shares. I don't really give a shit about that. Anyway. I'm gonna take a cookie break. Sorry, bear with me. Chat, I made the best fucking cookies last night. Oh my god. Holy shit. I want to know how much the devs owe them. Like, how do they track installations? It will be... I think they have to register with Unity, even if they're using, like, the free version. And then if they, like, sell it on Steam, I think they have, like, a track of that. Or some shit. Do you know what I mean? No worries, Resute. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's licensing, so it's going to be trackable. Yeah, easy. If you package your own game and ship it, you're a dev. If you create assets for another game or company, you are not. So people who do UGC for something like VR chat aren't going to be billed. Oh, is that right? I don't know much about this chat. Do you know what I mean? I'm a gamer, unfortunately, for my sins. But, like, you know, I don't know much about this, like, dev stuff. I just know that it's fucking over small devs, right? That's what I know. So, anyway... That's the long and short of it. Here we go. Once fees kick in, developers using Unity Personal will be expected to pay $0.2 per new install above the 200,000 threshold each month, while Unity Pro and Enterprise subscribers will be required to pay $0.15 and $0.125 respectively. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. After crossing the 1 million line, a figure that will decrease as higher install thresholds are reached. Unity Plus, meanwhile, has been retired as of today, meaning access to advanced features will now require at least a $2,000 annual subscription, an increase of over $1,600 compared to Unity Plus. Damn! That's fucked! It's the installation on the end user, isn't it? Couldn't I reinstall a Unity game for funsies dozens of times while offline? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe, possibly, I don't know. Unity's new fees will be applied retroactively to all games already on the market that cross its revenue and install thresholds, and to all games regardless of price, raising questions around the viability of free game giveaways, game demos, bundles, and more. There's concerned developers may now face charges for pirated game installs. So yeah, I think that's alluding to what you're saying, Thasmadar, that like they've not even properly thought about this that much. You know? They've just kind of gone like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. And so yeah, someone could do it online to like fuck over devs. Right? Like, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of game developers who are just going to take their stuff off the Unity store. You know? Tracking downloads of the Unity runtime package. I mean, the thing is that it means I'm going to have to rethink. Yeah? I'm going to have to, like, rethink doing Trash Bingus. Because, like, is that... if I download the devs games, even though they're like up there for free, does that mean they're gonna get charged? Is that what it means? I don't fucking know. Why is this shit playing on the fucking page? Fuck off. Annoying. Yeah, make more money? This is a no-brainer. What do you mean plan? Right, exactly. That's how they fucking think. So let's check out this quote from someone who is a dev. Eurogamer reached out to a number of studios for the response to today's changes, including Size 5 Games' Dan Marshall, creator of the acclaimed Lair of the Clockwork God, The Swindle, and more. It's an absolute fucking catastrophe. I'll be jumping ship to Unreal as soon as I can. Most indies simply don't have the resources to deal with this kind of batshit logistics. Publishers are less likely to take on Unity games because there's now a cost and overhead, he continued. How this is being tracked is super vague and feels half thought through. Yeah, we agree. He continues, seems to be open to review bombing exploits, but in a way that actually costs developers. So yeah, Phasmadar, what you were saying, if someone really wanted to, like if right-wingers got mad that there are like women, black people, whatever in games, yeah, they could just do this shit, right? As soon as that fucking pronouns guy, you know, he's going to be telling people to like uninstall and install and uninstall and install. And you better believe there are going to be loser gamers who are going to do that shit. You know? As far as this reads, they will be charged. Yeah, they will be. That's what I mean. Like, so I'm going to have to, like, if I do any kind of, like, Trash Bingus after January, I'm going to have to, like, not download Unity Engine games. I think someone just followed. Did someone just follow? Thank you for the follow. Thanks. Appreciate that. Anyway, awful, completely awful. Someone buys a game on Steam, installs it on 3 machines, are the devs liable for 3 payments? If so, that sucks. Game Pass is suddenly a massive headache, the list goes on, yeah. Right, and I give away games as well. I give away games as part of Trash Bingus. So, like, you know, devs, whoever made those games, are going to get charged if they're in Unity as well. It's like, how do I know which games are in Unity, which games to give away? It's so bad. It's so bad. Sounds like some venture capitalist bullshit. The second I heard this, I immediately thought of the possibility of just install bombing. Yeah. We took every step to take our game off the market, but someone uploaded it as a torrent, and we can't stop that. Exactly. It's so bad. You did miss the rest of the ACAB video. I'm sorry, I started earlier today. Agenda Witchery, not Agenda Witchery, Peanut Butter Princess, because I gotta go and look after my mum's dogs with my gran later, because she's sat in my mum's gaff looking after the dogs all on her own and she needs help. So there you go, that's what I'm doing. You're right, Miss Nixa. So bad, so bad. Anyway, so we got that. We got the awful, you know, shit going on here with the stocks. You know, let's have a look at the month. You know, stock prices, share prices went up. Last week around here, my man sells a bunch of stock. Boom. And then this week, it's going right back down again. I wonder why it dipped here in August as well. It's really, let's take a look at the year. Damn. That was popping off around July, and then in August, for some reason, it, like, dipped. I wonder what was going on there. So, that it, like, I think my man was, like, shitting himself, really, because it's like, oh, shit, went right down to a low of, like, $21. Then they went back up to 40. Then they went down to fucking 26. Then they went up to 39. He's shitting himself. Does this mean that the developer pays the charge? Yes. I thought it was on the end user. This is wild. Reminds me of the way Amazon Audible treats authors. If people read their books and request a refund, the authors can get charged for it, end up losing money somehow. Yeah, the end user will eventually pay as well. You're absolutely right, Faux Machina, yeah. Or should I say Faux Machina? It's Faux Machina, isn't it? Like Deus Ex Machina. Wow. If the stock has a dividend, there are always reevaluation drops. You fucking lost me at dividend. Honestly, I don't know what any of those fucking words mean. I'm just a fucking himbo. I'm really sorry. You're all smarter than me. You should be doing this job, not me. Anyway, give me money. Sub off Twitch. So that's that. This is all fucked. I don't understand it, but it's shady. So Unity is actually... Oh, in fact, I need to go back to that article because there's been an update. So let's read the update. So this was at 11:45 p.m. on whenever this article came out. I don't know. Yeah, it's fancy Greek, isn't it? Machina. Yeah. Deus Ex Machina, Faux Machina, whatever. Anyway, as fear among developers continues to mount using... 12th September, so this was the same day. As fear among developers continues to mount following Unity's dramatic changes to its Unity engine business model, the company has taken to social media to provide clarifying answers to the top questions being asked. Yes, this is a price increase, and it will only affect a small subset of current Unity editor users, the company insisted in its statement. Today, a large majority of Unity editor users are currently not paying anything and will not be affected by this change. The Unity runtime fee will not impact the majority of our developers. Right, so they're saying that people who don't pay to use Unity... Oh my god, another raid! Another raid! Another raid! I'm not worthy, genuinely. I'm not. It's not even good. Look, I'm eating and everything on stream. It's not good.
Give money, okay.
How do you expect me to respond to this? What do you expect me to do about this? Isle, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, everyone. Hello, Mostriff. Hello, Isle. Hello, Eladolo. Please go follow Isle. There's a shout out there for her in the chat. She's amazing. She's making kombucha at the minute. This is great. She's got me really excited about kombucha. I've been thinking about wanting to like brew my own stuff for a long time, like ginger beer and kombucha and all that kind of nonsense. Very exciting, very exciting. Desperate to know how they made the first SCOBY. What's that about? Do you know what I mean? What's going on there? Anyway, if you don't know about kombucha, you don't know what I'm talking about, SCOBY, maybe we'll do a bit of a stream on it at some point. I don't fucking know. Thank you so much for the raid. If you're coming in from Isle Stream and you don't know me, my name's djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm also a housing activist and just a very silly Billy in general. I like soft soil and plants and all that kind of business. Sex is good too, I guess. So there you go. That's me. And Queen Pib, thank you so much for the £50 dono. Thank you for supporting the stream and subbing off Twitch. Really appreciate you. Chat, that means that we've got £13. £13. Literally, 3 chatters donating £5 or less, £4 could make that happen. You could make that happen. We could unlock double feature movie night. Oh, there it is!
Paying my install fee for the stream.
Adam1729, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for the £12.68. You have just unlocked double feature fucking movie night for the stream. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Oh my god, we're gonna watch. Wait, actually, I need to change this real quick. Bear with me. Hang on. Whoa. Wait a minute. Stay put. Don't fucking go anywhere. Don't you dare go anywhere. And that's that. And submit. And I think this should look right. Oh, for God's sake. Why the fuck did I type that? It's not even right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It has been unlocked. It has been unlocked for September. We're watching Hard Ticket to Hawaii and Sisu. Yeah? Terrible, so bad it's good movie, followed by a Finnish old guy who kills a bunch of Nazis in World War II. At the end of World War II. What could go wrong? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So join the, join the Discord. You'll enjoy that. We'll all enjoy that together, won't you? Won't we? Not this weekend, not the weekend after, but the weekend after, because I got a load of stuff to do. So, I'll keep you updated. Shafiq, we just got £300. We hit the midway point. So excited. Now, all chat's got to do is get us to £600, and then you'll be treated with a wonderful acoustic set. I'm gonna do some songs. I need to start practicing for that, really. I'll give you a taste. Hang on. Right, now, first of all, don't laugh. I don't have all the strings. I don't have all the strings on this guitar, so don't. The reason that I'm doing it is I got some. My dad gave me some, so shh about that. Right, this is the kind of thing that you can expect from that stream that I'm gonna do. Now it's not perfect, but like, this is kind of what you can expect, yeah. So, you know, that's gonna be good, isn't it? You'll all enjoy that, won't you? And maybe a little bit of this. So, you know, think about that when you make your donation. Right, let's get back to the politics. My brother-in-law did some kombucha and mixed in some lingon in the lingon in the pitcher before serving it, and it tasted awesome. What's lingon? What's that? I just set off my fire alarm trying to cook dinner. Oh, Shafiq, I'm sorry. That's horrible. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed that song. That wasn't Nirvana. No, that's an original composition. That's an original composition. The harmonica cheers me up every time. I don't even have a harmonica. I don't know what you're on about. I don't even have one of them. Lingonberry. Is that a real thing? Lingonberry. Right. Okay. There you go. I love how Rohimild's like, yeah, lingonberry in English. Extremely fucking stupid that we don't just call it lingon. What's that? What's that about? That's Badar!
Finally, some good fucking music.
You know, I don't want to boast. I don't want to boast, but, you know, I agree. I actually agree. I just think all the time... Thanks for the follow. I think all the time when I'm making this music, like, why didn't someone else come up with this? Why has it taken me to come up with this kind of music? Anyway, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Right, where was I with this bit? Okay, we're talking about how the Unity runtime fee is not going to impact the majority of the developers. The developers who will be impacted are generally those who have successful games and are generating revenue way above the thresholds that we outlined in our blog. This meant the developers who are still building their business and growing their audience of games will not pay a fee. The program was designed specifically this way to ensure developers could find success before install fees take effect. Yeah, but there's not really much clarification in there, is there? Because it's like, what does that mean? Like, is it just people who don't pay, or is it people who pay for the subscription fee but they haven't sold a certain amount of game? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Anyway. Oh, Bade is here as well. Hi, Bade. Everybody should go follow Bade Waxer because he's an awesome streamer as well. I think that Bade gets an automatic shout out, but I think it might have got missed up there. And also go follow Queen Pib as well. Not just because she gives me money, but also because she's an amazing streamer and she deserves all of your love. You're too kind. It did go out. Yeah, I know, but gotta make sure, aren't I, babe? Do you know what I mean? The cheeky little owl fella, aren't you? Anyway, I don't know what that was. Unity has also clarified the changes are not retroactive or perpetual, noting it will only charge once for a new install made after 1st of January 2024. However, it won't be charging for previously made installs. Fees do indeed apply to all games currently on the market, meaning should any existing player of an older game that exceeds Unity's various threshold decide to reinstall it after 1st of January, a charge will still be made. That's the worst clarification that you ever that you could ever give anyone. If the developer makes over $200,000, they have to start paying Unity. Yeah, but here's the thing, like that $200,000 is if it's a small indie company, then all that money, most of that money has been spent, right? It goes to like the lead dev, it goes to the developers themselves, it goes to the artists, it goes to rent if they have an office, it goes to all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? They have to reach both the sales and the installs. It still sounds shit to me, personally. But then again, I don't know anything about it, so I might be wrong. But Unity has also failed to assuage concerns in other areas. It has, for instance, revealed developers will be charged based on its own internal assessment of what it believes to be an accurate number of new installs as determined by a proprietary data model. This is going to suck. This is going to suck, I guarantee. I can't help but feel they knew the backlash would happen and did this to test what the industry will tolerate, which also means this will be the plan, most likely. Yeah, I think you're right. It says it won't fully detail, only noting it believes the system gives an accurate determination of the number of times the runtime is distributed for a given project. How, though? We need more clarification for this. Unity has also failed to shed much light on how it plans to prevent fees being applied to pirated games. Yeah, how are you going to do that? Or in instances where excess installs might be carried out maliciously. Because again, it said the reinstall thing is going to happen. Do you know what I mean? Can't imagine a profit incentive for that estimate to not suck. I agree, Malinaria, if I'm saying your name right. Anyway, hello, welcome to the stream. Fraud detection practice in our ads technology, which is solving a similar problem, so we will leverage that know-how as a starting point. That is a stock reply. You owe us money. We base the amount by secret methods. That's kind of what's going down, isn't it? That's kind of what they're saying. They're being real sneaky about this, chat. Additionally, while its updated FAQ remains hazy on the exact nature of an install, Axios Stephen Totillo has received clarification from Unity that a developer will be charged every time a user installs a game, including each time they choose to delete and then reinstall it. This is going to fuck people over so bad. Because what Phasmadar said earlier in the chat, or it might have been someone else, I'm getting everybody who said whatever in the chat today wrong, so please don't be mad at me. I've got ADHD, I'm very tired, I'm literally neurodivergent and a minor. So people can, exploit this to, like, if they don't like a game because it's got pronouns in or something. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure they clarified the reinstalls won't incur fees. You got a source for that, Bade? Love to see that. Because the thing is, it says here that Axios Stephen Totillo has received clarification from Unity that a developer will be charged every time a user installs a game. Oh, this is on Twitter. Hey Liz, what's up? Good to see you. Oh, hang on. So you might be right, Bade. I noted that the charge per installation seemed vulnerable to abuse, as noted by the Rami as well. Unity says it will use fraud detection tools and allow developers to report possible instances of fraud to a compliance team. Yeah, but will they be charged now or later? You know? Unity has now told me more and also changed its tune on one of its policies. So I got a major update from Unity about their new fees. Unity regrouped and now says only the initial installation of a game triggers a fee. Demos mostly won't trigger fees. What do you mean mostly? Devs are not on the hook for Game Pass. How are they gonna figure that shit out? This is what I don't understand. How are they gonna make the difference between like a Game Pass install and an install where you've bought the game yourself? I just don't understand. I just don't get it. How are they gonna do this? I don't think they've got the stuff. I don't think they've got the means to actually do this. So anyway, let's see what some indie developers are saying about it. This is an article from not today, yesterday. Following yesterday's news that Unity will begin charging per game install, indie developers have taken to social media to make their fury heard. Unity shared a blog post detailing plans of a new business model where a monthly fee per new game install will be set from 1st of January next year. In a statement following the blog post, the game engine creator insisted the change will only affect a small subset. Blah, 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 blah. We heard this already. A huge number of games are built using Unity tools, so the reaction to this change has been met with widespread criticism. This decision puts us and countless other studios in a position where we might not be able to justify using Unity for our future titles, reads a statement on social media from Aggro Crab Games. This is the main thing, right? This is the main thing. Like, the main thing for me is that, like, it's just going to make people not want to use Unity. Innit? Send you a DM with a pic of an update from Unity. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hate that people are allowed to do this on fucking Twitter now. They can make like blog posts. It's so annoying. We want to acknowledge the confusion and frustration we heard after we announced who is impacted by the price increase. The price increase is very targeted. More than 90% of our customers will not be affected. We've already read this. This is in the update from the other one. We're not going to charge a fee for reinstalls. Fraudulent install charges. We're not going to charge a fee for fraudulent installs. Trials, partial play demos, automation installs, DevOps changes, web and streaming games, charity-related installs. The pricing change and install count will not be applied to your charity bundles and initiatives. Okay, well, that's good. Legally, they can't collect end-user data, so they would have to go by every install unless they're breaking the law across multiple countries. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Hey, Origi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Madness. Anyway. So that's that. That seems to be like the update. We read most of the update. So let's hear about Aggro Crab's game, the developer from the forthcoming Another Crab's Treasure. If these changes aren't rolled back, we'll be heavily considering abandoning our wealth of Unity expertise we've accumulated over the years and starting from scratch in a new engine, which is something we'd really rather not do. On behalf of the dev community, we're calling on Unity to reverse the latest in a string of short-sighted decisions that seem to prioritize shareholders over their product's actual users. The statement concluded, I fucking hate it here. Among Us developer Innersloth shared the post and added its own statement. Let's see those sussies in the chat. This would harm not only us, but fellow game studios of all budgets and sizes, it wrote. If this goes through, we delay our content and features our players actually want to port our game elsewhere, as others are also considering. So there you go. Stop it. What the fuck? There's the Aggro Crab one. Massive Monster, creator of Cult of the Lamb, shared a typically amusing post including a frog from its game pooping a Unity turd. Quit being stinky, Unity, it said. So what's the impact on us? Well, we have future projects in the pipeline that were initially planned to be developed in Unity. This change would result in significant delays since our team would need to acquire an entirely new skill set. At Massive Monster, our mission has been to support and promote new and emerging indie games. The introduction of these fees by Unity could pose significant challenges for aspiring developers. Yep, there you go. So, I already committed to that engine for my new game. Put years and years of work into my pipeline. I did so under a simple per-seat license that I'm happy to pay. I don't want to... Is that just going to take me to Twitter? I knew it was just going to take me to Twitter. I fucking hate this website. Man. Oh, okay, it's not too long. While I'm close to release, they spring something new on me. Not a price increase, a fundamental change in how we do business together. I have no options, can't go back, can only bend and pay up. It's a form of blackmail. It's not dependable. How will they change it 2 years from now? A decade? It's gross and it makes me want to go somewhere else with my business. I think fundamentally, the biggest problem that people have with this, and I agree, is that they are going to I read something in the chat and it changed what I said, and now I don't know what I just said. Anyway, I'm just going to read what I read in the chat initially. Minin, welcome to the stream. Even if Unity rolls this back, devs will still be hesitant to use it now because who knows what they will do next. Yes. Okay, I've remembered what my take was. Okay, here's my take. If you have this license that you need to be in order to make Unity games as a game dev, you've basically agreed that. That's like the business user agreement or whatever. And then they're changing the goalposts so that additional fees are incurred anyway. So even if you have sold more than $200,000 worth of stock or whatever, and even if you have like, you know, had the right amount of installs that you need to be charged or whatever, it's still kind of like you've moved the goalposts. Like, that's what's going down, and that's just like not fair, right? Anyway, complete bollocks. Complete fucking bollocks. Don't often weigh in on the clusterfuck of the day, but in case it needs saying, Unity rug pulling a new fee structure on devs is an astonishing scumbag move. It is. Necrosoft Games director Brandon Sheffield, meanwhile, has written a blog post entitled The Death of Unity, in which he uses the breakout success of Vampire Survivor as a key example of the impact on developers. Vampire Survivor's edge was their price. Now doing something like that is completely unfeasible. Imagine releasing the game for 99 cents under the personal plan, where Steam takes 30% off the top of their platform fee, and then Unity takes 20 cents per install. Now you're making a maximum of 46 cents on the dollar. As a developer who starts a game under the personal plan because you're not sure how well it'll do, you're punished, astoundingly so, for being a breakout success. Yeah, I think this is the main thing that we have to think about, you know? Anyway, that's that, chat. That's that. We're done with the Unity stuff. Will already created games be charged this way going forward? Yes. Prince says, I saw a thing where they'll waive the install fee if you're already paying for the more expensive versions of Unity. Oh, I see. They're just like U-turning on this so hard, aren't they? That's fucking funny as fuck. That is actually funny as fuck. Anyway, we got a bit more of news to check out. And in this bit, we're going to be talking about scabs. And I've got a great title for this. The title is, it's right there. More like Scabby Twat. So you all know about the Writers Guild strikes that are going on at the minute. The Actors Guild, Studio Actors Guild strikes that are going on at the minute. Well, Drew Barrymore has decided to just be a scab. So basically, it's really fucked, right? Because Drew Barrymore has had some like horrible things happen to her, and you know it really sucks. But that does not excuse her from criticism for being a scab. Yeah. So the National Book Foundation has dropped Drew Barrymore as the host of its upcoming award ceremony after the actress resumed production on her talk show, crossing the picket lines of the ongoing writers' strike. On Monday, she confirmed that the Drew Barrymore show will begin filming its newest season without writers on staff, prompting criticism from several novelists about Barrymore's involvement in the award show. It's so extremely fucked. So extremely fucked. The National Book Awards is an evening dedicated to the celebrating of the power of literature and the incomparable contributions of writers to our culture. The National Book Foundation said in a statement on Tuesday, according to the NPR, in light of the announcement that the Drew Barrymore show will resume production, the National Book Foundation has rescinded Ms. Barrymore's invitation to host the 74th National Book Awards ceremony. Get fucked. Extremely funny. We love this. We love this. For more than 4 months, the Writers Guild of America, in a historic double strike with unionized actors, has been fighting for better working conditions, including increased pay and contractual protections related to the use of AI. While initially Barrymore was supportive of the writers' strike, even declining to host an MTV award show in solidarity, the actress has seemingly pulled a full 180, saying in a statement that she owns this choice and is in compliance with not discussing or promoting film and television that is struck of any kind. She's a dumbass. She's living in a fucking fantasy world. Outraged fans and Hollywood workers, including the 3 writers employed by Barrymore, have been picketing outside the show's New York studio since Monday and say they will continue to do so until the show stops filming. During the taping of the first episode, 2 people who've been handed WGA pins by strikers outside were reportedly removed from the audience for sporting the accessories. Vile. In an interview with the Washington Post, writer Christina Kennan, who has worked with Barrymore since the show's pilot episode, said that while she understands Barrymore's decision was a tough one, ultimately the host chose to violate the WGA's guidelines. Yep. The reality is that you stand with the unions or you don't, said Kinnan. With criticism mounting, one has has to wonder how Drew is doing in her affirmation closet today. So there you go. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. All scabs are bastards. I agree. Yeah, what the like, just what the fuck? Just actually, what the fuck? Anyway, we got some more stuff to look at coming into the final hour of the stream. But with it being the final hour, you know what we're gonna be doing, chat. You know what we're gonna be watching. Has anyone got any guesses? Since you've all been really, really well. You've all been well. That doesn't even make sense. Since you've all been behaving very, very well. Anyone got a guess as to what content we're going to be looking at now? What's it going to be? Whoever gets it right, you win nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's right, Sleepy Time Queer. Congratulations on winning the prize of absolutely nothing. We're going to be looking at some permaculture. It's soft soil boy time. That's right. That's right. That's right. I just got to change the title real quick. It's the Soft Soil Boy Hour. Here on djmuel Twitch channel. That's what we're going to be looking at. Debbie Does Dallas. There's that one streaming site that you can like go on. I don't know if I'm even allowed to speak about it, but there's that one streaming site where like people just do porn, and I think that like you could probably stream that on there. I don't know. They have like imagine if you got done for like copyright strikes instead. I don't know. You probably would, wouldn't you? That would suck. If you're just like naked and watching Debbie Does Dallas or something. Does anyone know what I'm on about? Does anyone even know what site I'm talking about? Can't remember its name. Anyway, chat. It's time for some Soft Soil Boy content. Your no prizes in the mail. There you go. Yeah, that's right. You got to play with some dirt on Sunday. That fucking rocks. That's really cool. Well, I've got a couple of videos here. I've got this guy, 14 crops I sow every September. And then crime pays but botany doesn't. We love this guy. I think I found out that he's not from Brooklyn. He's actually from Chicago for the Americans out there. I'm gonna miss these stories because we don't really have time, and we've already looked at like a lot of like cop stuff and a lot of like racism stuff. So we're gonna give that a miss. We're gonna swerve that for the time being. Probably watch that shit next week. Not a fucking clue. No, I think he's from Chicago. Right. I'm gonna have a look at my subscriptions here as well and see if there's any extra Soft Soil Boy content that I can watch with the chat. Because there's gotta be more. Right? There's gotta be some more. Just gotta look for those green thumbnails. Robin Greenfield! Oh my god! Chat, it's the fucking foot guy! Do you remember the foot fella? Yeah, well, maybe we'll watch this after all that stuff. Anyway. Let's check out Hugh Richards. 14 crops that he sows every...
Hello, and a very warm...
Oh. Oh my goodness. That was quite loud. We're going to see what Hugh Richards plants every September. I did write a letter to the White House to put in my 2 cents for the release of Peltier. I doubt it'll work, though. I would say, Peanut Butter Princess, a letter to Peltier himself telling him how much you appreciate his struggle would probably be far more effective in the, in the struggle. But I appreciate the effort. You know what I mean? I think it's still a good thing that you did. You're trying, you know what I mean? That's more than most people can say. Helping with the setup of a community garden. Hopefully get a wee plot for next year. Oh, Shafiq, that fucking rocks. That fucking rocks. Hell yeah.
Welcome back to the garden. It is a little bit damp. It does rain here in Wales. We just usually choose the days.
Do you know what you're actually sent if someone actually does send you a no prize?
So in this video, I thought I'd share.
I didn't know it was a real thing.
Crops that I sow every single September. It's not over yet. There's a lot of things that we can still grow, both outside and undercover. So the first
Let's have a
crop
look.
to sow in September is kind of the last chance for your summer radishes outside, but you can also sow your winter radishes. In front of me here, I have two different types.
Radishes.
Daikon, which is one of my absolute favourites, and Spanish black round winter radish. Now, I'm going to go through, firstly, a bunch of crops that you can sow outside. However, if there's any way that you can incorporate a low tunnel or a cold frame, or even a fleece, and this is something you can put on at a later date, that's going to help extend and improve the amount of productivity that you get outside without having to invest in something like a polytunnel. Also, with the crops that are suitable, unlike
Nice BBP.
you can start these in modules to then transplant outside.
Wait, what's he on about? Is that chive?
Without having to invest in something like a polytunnel. Also, with the crops that are suitable, unlike, say, the daikon radish, you can start these in modules to then transplant outside here in September. These are spring onions, and these are spring onions ready for eating. You can sow them directly or in modules, and they're just such a lovely flavour. They're really nice and productive. Even if they are quite small, you can still use them. That's one of the things that I love about them. And their leaves I always use them as like a nice garnish for any dinner that I make at home. Early September is also
Any dinner.
Time.
Any dinner. Literally any dinner.
So we've got pak choi, which is growing here.
Can you think of a dish that would not suit spring onions? Like the greens on the top, you know? I'm getting ready to transplant some aloes. I've got a big fucking aloe. I've got a massive aloe vera in the other room. It's crazy. You can't. What wouldn't go with spring onion greens? It's a tough one. I think he might be right. I think he might be right. You can put it on any dinner, like literally any dinner. That's crazy. Bok choy though, fucking prime.
Tatsoi, Mitsuna, Mabuna, Komatsuna, all of these different things.
Spring onions are nice straws
tasty,
too.
And they grow so well.
I'm going to tell you something now. There is no chance in hell you're going to catch me sipping a beverage, right? Even if it's just water, through a fucking tube of onion. Are you out of your mind? What are you fucking on about? There's no way. It's not happening. You want me to get a daiquiri and sip it through a spring onion tube? It will completely alter the taste of the drink, won't it? You legit do that. What are you drinking with? The only thing that you should be drinking with a spring onion straw is like gravy. A savoury drink. Bovril. You're going to try the onion tube. I'm not. There's no way. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. I tell you what, chat. Get me to fucking £400 tonight and I'll try an onion tube. A Bloody Mary is actually a good shout. Yeah. Medkits, Mr. Dank. Sharing the brain cell in the chat. You're going to send me some corn mold. I would actually be down to try it because that video that you sent me on TikTok looked really, really good. Spring onion on macaroni cheese. Yeah, that would not be okay. For me, personally, I don't want anything else with my macaroni and cheese. If a dish is called macaroni and cheese, it should just be that, macaroni and cheese. Salt and pepper, fine. Whatever. Yeah? But when it's like, you know, when people start doing like messed up shit like putting garlic in there, like, come on, man. What's going on there? That's what it's called, wheat lecoche. Crystal. Yeah, Liz loves it. She's always going on about it to me.
In, say, early summer,
when I say always, I mean like 3 times.
Seed. However, if you start them off at this time of year, they grow really fast. They love these conditions, and there's something that you can enjoy later on in autumn. So I'm going to do 3 crops in one.
Made an al pastor mac and cheese recently. It had pork and pineapple in it. You see, yeah, that's not a mac and cheese. I guess if it's called an al pastor, that's fine. But you know, if they're just calling that mac and cheese, it's wrong, isn't it? It's wrong because it's not mac and cheese. It's mac and cheese and pork and pineapple. You know? Saw some canned in the grocery store the other day. Interesting. I put tomato, cilantro, chilies, and pancetta in my mac and cheese. Well, it's not mac and cheese then, is it? It's mac and cheese, tomato, cilantro, chilies, and pancetta. That's what it actually is. And you should come up with a new name for it. Creative challenge.
Here.
There you
These
go.
add such a nice flavour of heat and warmth. They grow so fast. There's so many different varieties as well. You can get like red ones, purple ones.
I got a cookbook that has
ones.
50 different mac and cheese variations. They're pretty wild. That really fucking... That's one of the most annoying things I've ever heard, I think. That's really annoying. That's really annoying. Better than mac and cheese. Got it. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. There you go. Creative challenge 1. No, I'm pretty annoyed at that. That someone was like, I'm going to make a book with 50 different mac and cheese variations. Like, what? Like, yeah, sure. Like, just put anything in it and it's different. Like, what? Like, how much money are they making about this, off this fucking book? You can make a book, like a cookbook that's like spaghetti. 50 different spaghetti recipes. Yeah. And just have like spaghetti with like 50 different things. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why is that? I'm gonna have like a brain lesion or something. Like, I feel like my brain is gonna like start bleeding out my nose. Sounds like a Mickelson twins book. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's literally a Mickelson twins book. Right, Agent of Witchery. Chili mac, bacon mac, spring onion mac, tomato mac, fucking, you know. This is it. This is me, Mark. I'm coming out as trad pasta. To be honest, I got most of my culinary education when I was working in an Italian joint, and there was a bunch of actual real life Italians in there. And they all would like whenever actually, I remember this happening. I actually told them how much I really like mac and cheese, and they were all disgusted. I've never seen anything like it. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. They were literally there like, why you do this? What's this? Why macaroni cheese, fucking American shite, you know, like all that. It's fucking so funny. They were so offended. So offended. And then like talking to her about like cooking like spaghetti carbonara, and they were like, please, favore, no cream. Please don't put the cream. Make it shit. Just use egg. Brilliant. Like, absolutely incredible. Like, they got so pissed off with like any sort of deviation from like what it actually is. This is why fascism took off so well in Italy, because they can't handle it when people start messing with stuff. All these liberal Europeans putting fucking cream on pizzas and shit, chips in pasta. They fucking hate that shit, you know? Anyway, I break my pasta before I cook it just to spite Italians. You know what? And you should. Next thing you know, you're eating dessert hummus. What is that? What's that? What are you talking about? What you want about dessert hummus? What's that? These are my favorite bits of the stream because they're not. Chips on a sandwich, yeah, but that's not Italian, is it? That's very British, that shit. Dessert hummus. Creamy chocolate dessert hummus. Oh my god, I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. What are you on about? What are you on about? Oh, no way. I think I would retch. You'd eat that. Well, yeah, sure. You know, lots of people would eat lots of things, wouldn't they? I would try some dessert hummus. Yeah, nah, pass. Hard pass. This creamy chocolate dessert hummus is a protein-packed dessert or snack, perfect for dipping fruit and pretzels in. It's made with chickpeas, peanut butter, cocoa powder, and sweetened maple syrup. Just get rid of the chickpeas. You don't need any of that. Just don't put the chickpeas in. Chocolate hummus is white person appropriation bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Why would you fuck with hummus? It doesn't even look like proper hummus. It's just like, oh, put chickpeas in a fucking pudding. Put chickpeas in a fucking mousse. What's going on with that? I eat ass and I wouldn't call that chocolate hummus. What does that mean? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? It is disrespect, isn't it? I agree, Shafiq. See, this is what happens. If you mess with your mac and cheese, you start putting like, you know, oh, you wouldn't eat that chocolate hummus. Sorry, I read it wrong. Yeah, but like normally when you eat ass, someone's cleaned it out anyway, so it's a bad example. Unless you're eating like dirty, unwashed butthole. Which, you know, you do you. It's up for you. If you want the flavor, you know. Oh, man. Scat makes me laugh so much. It's just the funniest type of sex. Anyway, right, let's move on.
And I will also include cover crops. So here I've got some a strawberry.
Dirty old man laugh.
Perennials
Unlocked.
growing, but where I haven't got perennials growing, I'm trying
Not
to
into
protect
straight
the
men, so the
soil
acai is
over
clean.
winter.
Yeah, good.
And so cover crops
Good
like
news.
mustard, phacelia, vetch, field peas, and field beans are all suitable to sow in September. Okay.
Chat, I'm not happy with the mac
Now,
and
field
cheese
beans are really
50
hardy
varieties
over
and
wintering.
dessert
Last
hummus
September,
stunlock. That was one of
we
the
sowed
worst
some to
stunlocks I've
cover
ever...
crop, and they ended up growing to like 2.5 meters high, and we harvested a huge...
Also, I will say, Liz, that I know that you said, like, I'm not into straight men, so the asses I eat are clean. I do want to point out that I have been with multiple gay men and bisexual men whose asses are vile. So, just because someone isn't straight doesn't mean that their ass is clean. In fact, lots of queer guys like to just kind of rush the whole douching process, and it has like a particular smell. It kind of smells like rubber, but like you know it when you smell it, and it's like, yeah, there's something not quite right going on there. You know what I mean?
Following
It's not
May
good.
and June, so you can actually grow them as a crop instead of a cover crop. And now is the time to sow it. So if you've got any,
Oh, bloody hell, I'd forgotten about straight
garden,
men.
sow some field beans and enjoy those as a
Wash your bumholes
year during the hungry gap. Another lovely crop.
Cis-het boys watching, get them washed.
For growing outside. But again, you can start off
And the cis queers who are rushing that douching process, don't do it.
Rocket is
You know?
absolutely delicious.
You want someone to eat your bumhole? Don't want to give them E. coli?
When you sow it this late in the season.
Thanks for the follow at that point, particularly.
All of the green leaves. However, all of the beautiful flowers are also edible, so can't really complain too much. We're now transitioning into things.
So we've got mustard.
Undercover, but again, if you don't have a polytunnel, that can include.
No, I know, that's why it's funny, Shafiq.
Hoop houses or low tunnels. So spinach, this variety here is Giant Winter. It's very nice and hardy, so I can sow it outside, but also grow really well over winter.
I need to grow some fucking...
polytunnel.
I need to grow some spinach.
Everything that I mentioned already for growing outdoors, you can put in a polytunnel, plant under your tomato plants, but spinach is kind of a transition, and now we're going to cover a bunch of crops.
Dandelion salad?
Over winter. So lettuce.
What's that? You can make like a... You can make something, can't you, with dandelion root, and it's like a beer or something, or like a juice?
Especially winter varieties of lettuce, are such a fun thing to grow undercover over winter. One of my suggestions, if you have limited space, is you can either use mushroom crates or you can use bigger pots, bigger than this, to sow them and just grow them in a container over winter. One of the most important things.
I love Mark in the chat being like, that's not code for asshole or anything, just honey, we would know. Mark, my love, we would know. Don't worry.
To understand when growing undercover during winter is that evaporation is much, much lower.
Mark's got a case of the not gays. Listen, I don't eat ass. Not even women's bumholes.
You don't want to overwater your plants, otherwise it can cause them to be mouldy just because of far less sunlight and heat. So be very cautious when watering any of your crops over winter.
Dandelion and burdock. No. I mean, no. There's like a... Crusties love it. Crusties fucking love it, man. Like, dandelion tea. Is it tea? Dandelion root tea. Dandelion root tea. What is dandelion root tea good for? It's got all that fucking stupid shit in it. It's like, it prevents cancer and loads of blood sugar. Lowers your cholesterol, promotes weight loss, gives you fucking super sex powers. Here we go, chat. Look at that shit. Dandelion root.
Here's how we make delicious roasted dandelion root tea. Now is a great time of year for us to dig dandelions since we get the tasty bitter green tops, but the root is still big and full of nutrients. It always makes me really sad
Got a bunch
to
of
see
vitamin
these
C.
commercials about spraying the dandelions.
Dandelion and chicory root is
do I
used
find
as a
it fit-
non-caffeinated coffee alternative. Yes, that's right. Oh my god, I've heard of that somewhere before as well. Yeah, Shakes knows about it as well. Coffee replacement made with roasted dandelion roots.
Very cute. They're such a great food source. Every part of the dandelion is edible and has such a varied flavor, but probably my favorite is the roots. We dry these out in the dehydrator and then roast them in a dry skillet. Roasting them brings out this really wonderful, rich and nutty flavor, kind of like a mild roasty coffee. Dandelion root has a long history of medicinal use for things like high blood pressure and indigestion, but beyond that, it's a great source of vitamins and minerals like iron and potassium. I drink it because I find it really tasty.
Hey, 3 geese in a trench coat. Use more oil, Jesus. Wait, what? Wait, what? They were making tea. What are you on about?
Having access to these fresh, crunchy, leafy greens over winter is always a nice blessing. So kind of coming to the end of the pea season outside. Always so good. Growing peas for shoots under
Dandelion wine is a thing? Yeah, of course.
When you're growing peas for shoots, you just continue harvesting the shoots and you can go all winter long.
Yeah, they were roasting the dandelion stalks to put in a tea, so you wouldn't want to put oil in it. Straight burned dandelion stalk. You can roast things without oil without burning them. It's possible, you know. Put them on a low temperature. Come on, you can't just be coming in and accusing people. Well, you know what? You can. You're not gonna get banned. It's fine. It's not against the rules.
Enjoying peas for shoots.
You can think what you want is happening.
The temperatures start to rise again in late winter.
Yeah, the more you know. There you go.
Well, into early spring, you can let the peas
roast them so they could grind them up. That's what it was.
Way to produce a really nice early set of.
Anyway, how you doing?
To then enjoy during the
kind of mellow. Don't mind me.
Before the
I fucking love it when people are like, you know, there's like a thing that happens, and I'm not saying that like you're mellow because you've had weed or whatever. Thanks for the follow. But like, you know, when sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I got really stoned and I'm like chilling out, and it makes them the most angry motherfuckers around. You ever notice that? Like, I noticed that a lot when I was like big into weed, like big into smoking weed. I would like smoke a blunt, put it down, watch some shit, and get the most angry I've ever been in my entire life. Like, what is that? Is that like to do with like the change in like the weed, like how it's like been genetically modified by like overuse and stuff like that? Like, what's going on with that? Crazy. Never seen someone get mad from it, but I've cried my eyes out. Maybe because I'm a woman. I mean, you know, like I've definitely had a cry when I've been high, but maybe that was to do with like the situation rather than the drug. But honestly, like I remember genuinely like I would get stoned and I would like watch something and get like the angriest I've ever been. That probably says more about like my anger issues than weed, but it's just funny. Like I do see like some people like get stoned and they get like so mad and like it's just not mellow, is it? Anyway,
tomatoes take over your polytunnel.
I just have panic attacks. I had a lot of them. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that, Mark. Oh boy. You know, oh, what's that? Can you like choke? I'm just gonna quickly Google, can I choke from smoking too much weed and having my throat close up? Let me just Google that real quick. Mayo Clinic says that you can possibly have that happen if you're allergic to it. Oh, maybe I found the strain of weed that I'm allergic to. It's happening right now. Yep. Been there. been there. Sometimes drugs enhance what is already going on inside you. It's true. I think that's super true with weed. I think that's super true with weed for sure. I'm dying. Well, you know what that says, chat? That says that I'm a great comedian. Give me money. Give me money. Setting doesn't just apply to psychedelics, it applies to cannabis too. You say that implying that cannabis is not a psychedelic, because it is a psychedelic actually, isn't it? So that's another thing. People do forget that weed is a psychedelic. Have enough of it, you better believe you're going to start tripping. Oh boy.
A polytunnel and growing it over winter is a really nice way to get some more crunchy green leaves. One of my favourite snacks, of course, is just basic kale chips, but put in different seasonings
kale
on top. It's kind of a nice winter warmer.
So we got spinach, kale, mustard, winter radishes.
To the theme of brassicas, here are some nice Savoy winter cabbages that are coming.
Winter cabbage, so Savoy.
It's a little bit late, I think, especially kind of Zone 7.
Article from the Mayo Clinic saying that everyone thinks you're being really weird right now and knows you're high. I used to always get this is really, really bad, chat, because this is like a mixture between like OCD and smoking too much weed. But like when I used to live in like houses that had gas in, I would be like terrified of getting carbon monoxide poisoning. I had like 3 carbon monoxide alarms in houses that I lived in when I like smoked way too much weed. And yeah, it was so fucking ridiculous. It was literally like I would just be there and I'd be like, I'm starting to get a headache. Shit, is that the gas? I would check every night. I would check it every night. So bad. So bad. Collard greens are very cold hardy too. Oh, we'll have to check them out because we don't get a lot of them in the UK. I could grow some collard greens. There was recently an incident in the city, a street close to mine. 5 kids found a baggie of edibles gummy bears. They ate them all and had hallucinations of shit crawling on the wall. Police initially thought it was a gas leak until the story came out they ate some innocent gummy bears. Oh my god.
Donate to start off spring cabbages.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Outside.
One of my good friends, he had like a puppy, but it was a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. You know, people who know dogs know Staffies, and even if you don't know dogs, you know Staffies. They got the massive heads, and they're like super wiggly and excitable. He made like a big fucking chunk of like weed butter in it. You know, like can of butter, just like weed butter, right? The shit that you put in edibles, and he put like fucking 2 ounces in it. It was like a lot of fucking weed, and the dog just ate all of it in one go because it was just like butter. Just fucking literally like inhaled the shit, and we were there like, the dog's gonna die. The dog's gonna fucking die. What the fuck? The dog is actually gonna die, but it didn't die. It just like stood there for a bit, looking really scared. It was so bad. Because like it wasn't even like negligence, do you know what I mean? Because like the pot was on the side and the fucking dog just jumped up, knocked the pot off the side and inhaled this can of butter. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it. We were both legit like Googling like what happens if dogs eat too much weed? What happens if you eat too much weed? Can you die from eating 2 ounces worth of can of butter? It's really bad. A dog ate like 400 pounds worth of weed. It's so ridiculous. He just like sat there like I've never seen a dog like look scared. Do you know what I mean? Like look scared like a person. Do you know what I mean? It was like it was probably seen in color for the first time or some shit. Oh, so fucking funny. I once went to an old lady whose grandkids gave her some edibles for pain. She took the whole baggie of like 2,000 milligrams. Oh, chat, should we watch some people getting too stoned? Let's watch some people getting too stoned. This is funny. This is funny as shit. Let's have a look here. I just typed in grandma too high, and nothing came up. My sister's dog ate a bag of nugs once. He ended up being fine, real zonk. Taught her boyfriend to keep his stuff up on a top shelf from then on. Yeah, dogs will just eat anything. It's so funny. Like, you hear them, like, stories of dogs that are, like, you know, they need to go to the vet and they're like, oh, he's got, like, a really bad, like, stomach. Something's going on. And then they take him to the vet and, like, inside the dog is just, like, a television or something. Do you know what I mean? Like a whole fucking TV, and it's like, oh, that's where that went. You know, because like, but I know a TV is ridiculous. A dog will probably fucking die if it ate a TV, but like, you know, it'll be something absurd, like a raincoat. Do you know what I mean? Like, dogs have done that shit before. They just like eat a whole fucking raincoat, and people will just like leave the house, come back, and be like, where did that go? And it's like, the dog ate your fucking raincoat, like a whole adult-sized raincoat. And it, like, comes out in shit, like, fucking dribs and drabs. Dogs are great and stupid. We've got to keep them safe from themselves. I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's so silly. They're silly billies. That's why I love dogs. I give my cat catnip from a catnip plant, and I love it when he goes nuts and rubs his face in it. Yeah, no, that's funny as shit. Like, cats are supposed to have catnip in it. Like it's good for them. I think they have like a proper like whatchamacallit, a good trip most of the time. I can't find any results for grandma gets too high. I might add the word gets. Grandma gets too high? No. What's this? What to do if you're too high on weed? From what? Life Hacker. Chat, are weed life hacks a thing?
Hey there, champ. A friend told me you got a little too high. I'm sorry, pal. This sucks. You may feel like you've gone permanently insane.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
Or like you're dead.
Yeah.
Here's the good news. You're alive, and your sanity is probably intact. You're just really, really high.
To be fair, I do need like a lady like that to tell me that when I'm, you know, which I'm not, because I never smoke weed ever anymore. But if I was that high, I would need a lady like that to sit there and say like those things, those exact things to me. That's exactly what you need, isn't it?
The first thing you should know is you're safe. No one ever overdosed on cannabis, and you won't be the first.
It's true, she's right.
It's going to be okay. You might be feeling way too high for a few hours, but let's not focus on that now. Time has probably lost all meaning for you anyway. Here we are, and everything's going to be all right. You're real. You know what helps?
Okay, I've had to do this once. One time I got like so fucking baked that I was like, I'm going to die, right? In my head, this was the logic that I was thinking. I was like, I'm going to die real soon, right? That's what I was thinking. Death is approaching. There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm going to have to go outside to make sure that at least someone finds my body, or maybe an ambulance will pick me up and then I can maybe be saved, right? That was my logic. And then I went for like a walk around the block and then I was completely fine.
A fresh breeze. Why not open a window? You can even
Hey,
go for a
Sorka.
little walk. No one's looking at you, I promise.
No, it's not a heavy time. It's not a heavy time at all. We're having a laugh.
Are you hydrated? Weed can give you a serious case of cottonmouth, so drink up. You're not going to die from overhydration.
I mean, that's not entirely true, is it? Never drink more than 2 liters in an hour or something. What is it? 1 liter in an hour? 2 liters in an hour, isn't it? I think that's what it is.
Water is good for you. You're doing great. Got one of these beauties lying around? Lemon pulp, zest, and peels are full of terpenes, which can help regulate THC levels.
What are terpenes?
A glass of fresh lemonade may be just what you need.
Grind some pepper.
Let's visit your spice cabinet.
I went to a kid once who was freaking out after a bunch of dab hits and he was afraid because time keeps moving forward really fast. And I said, well, that's the direction it's supposed to go, so we're okay. And it really calmed him down. Yeah, that's me, man. I think that's the thing that like really did used to fuck with me when I like would get too high. It would be like time's moving forward too quick, and that's why I would be like terrified of death, because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna like die in a bit because it's time's going too fast, and that's the end of it, you know? 2 liters in an hour max of water. Okay, thanks. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Got any fresh peppercorns? There are chemicals in peppercorns that can help bring...
Oh, I missed this in the chat. A friend of mine was making special brownies once and left them to cool, got some workers over to do her windows. They thought the brownies were for them. She had to sleep with open holes in the wall because they didn't get to put the new ones in. That's pretty fucking funny. Schneid on your friend, but pretty funny. I hope she got compensated for that. Ex's grandma had a serious emergency because the doctor told her to drink 10 glasses of water per day. She decided to get it all done in one go. Oh my god! My god! Terpenes are active molecules that interact with active ingredients. They're involved in henna dye process as well. The more you know. I'm learning.
Down from a high. Grind some of these little guys. Give them a sniff.
Wait, pepper as well? I knew that already. I've actually done that.
Your brains are still in your head. You're good.
This does not help. Watching TV. This is shit advice. This is fucking awful advice. Watch TV. You can't just watch TV.
Still in your head. You're good. Hey, sweetie. You know what helps? A nice sitcom. Nothing too fast-paced or complicated. May I suggest going through the back catalog of Friends? Laughing.
I'm not going to watch Friends. It's going to get to the transphobic episode. No. Terrible advice. It's going to remind me that I don't live in like a nice, close-knit community where I have like lots of actual friends who come round all the time and that I'd actually really like that. No. Terrible advice. Not doing any of this.
It's fun.
Yeah, that show sucks. I agree.
Yourself? Oh, that won't do. It's time to call a trusted friend.
Okay, this also really, really helps as well, especially if there's someone who's been this high before, because I've been that person to someone before, and it's actually like good, because 9 times out of 10 when you phone that friend and you're like, yeah, so I'm so high that I think I'm gonna die like right now, and the first thing they'll do is go right? It's like oh my goodness. I don't know about the chemical terpene stuff, but chewing on lemon pepper Altoids is old school trip sitter stuff. Nice. That rocks. Laugh tracks give me panic attacks. Yeah, so annoying. Yeah, if you remove the laugh track from Friends, it's like the worst show ever. But that's because it is the worst show ever. I hate laugh tracks in general. Any show that has a laugh track, immediately not interested, to be honest.
Thinking things through can do wonders and remind you that you're a person and not just a cloud of terrifying thoughts. Feel free to watch this video
Big Bang Theory as well.
As you want. Nothing bad will happen as a result, little buddy. You're going to be okay.
Excuse me.
Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's a good video apart from the Friends advice. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. Anyway, let's get back to the gardening.
Can try it. It probably will work a little bit, but if you start them off in a polytunnel and then plant them out, that's a really nice way to enjoy a good cabbage flavour over winter and into early spring. And
cabbage flavour!
So much faster than if they were overwintering outside without that protection. It's amazing what just a little bit of plastic can do in terms of extending the season and greatly improving the rate of growth, which is something that is very precious during the off-season because there's very little growth outside. Couple of really nice things to also grow is going to be Napa cabbage, or Chinese cabbage.
Napa
and
cabbage.
Coriander. Coriander is so hardy
Vegeta
in a polytunnel, and that is exactly where these are going to go.
What is it, Napa?
There's a self-seeded tomato in there. Wonder where that came from. If you want a bit of a challenge, you can join me. I'm trying a new variety from Real Seeds called Wawa Kai Choi stem vegetable, which is kind of, if you know the screaming mandrakes on Harry Potter, it's a vegetable that looks closest to that.
Harry Potter mentioned, I'm out. Harry Potter mentioned, never watching that guy's content ever again. Okay, let's check out Chicago guy.
What's going on? Welcome to another episode of Crime Pays with Bonnie Dustin. Today you can see I'm in, this is actually just the backyard. It looks like a freaking nature preserve. It's just the backyard in suburbia in the suburbs of Chicago.
Is he coming out like only the right? He's like balanced to the right.
Of the Chicago region.
Sorry, chat. Not a lot I could do about that.
Chicago region. A floristic and ecological synthesis. Nice.
Maybe there is.
I just threw that nice in there. It's like a Chicago Italian thing. I don't know where the fuck they say that. Anyway, today we're going to talk to Jerry about how he burns his yard, how he manages this beautiful diversity. It's actually really easy, much easier than having it mowed, 26 times a year by someone that comes in and cuts all.
There you go. There you go, chat.
Grass is doing an inch of the ground, and we're going to talk about basically how he did this. He's been doing it for 30 years. This guy burns his yard in suburbia. And it's what enables all this diversity. I mean,
wait, he burns his yard?
Species, Jesus fucking Christ, these guys are killing me. You got 120 different species of prairie plants growing in his suburban backyard. It's basically a nature preserve. So let's talk to him, check it out, see what he's got to say. Jerry, you burn all this. Tell me how you do it. Tell me when you do it. You just you're generally waiting till everything's kind of dried, right? It's still too green.
Yep, it's still too green. Wait till after the first hard frost. And as soon as I can, the first hard frost is it will burn. I will burn it. But with a garden, with a plant like this, you can see it's kind of low on grasses. So I don't have great fuel, and so until the grasses boof up a little bit, it's hard to carry a fire. Although this spring, for example, I actually finally got to it this spring. It burned pretty well. Somebody had about 95% coverage of this area. It burned under the bur oak. I burned under this stick on here.
How do you not set your house on fire? I don't understand.
And this is just it's a pretty mellow fire, would you say?
This is a very mellow fire because I burn it every year.
Right.
So it doesn't accumulate. So you look at the ground.
You're not letting the fuel build up.
There's no fuel in there.
Right.
The only fuel is.
That's why controlled burns are really, really, really good. That's why controlled burns are like the way to stop fucking forest fires, right? Oh my god, that makes so much sense. I always heard about that, like, we should listen to the indigenous people of the land who do like controlled burns and shit like that. And it's like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. If you burn it whenever the thing is there, then the fuel doesn't build up. Oh, that's so clever. And it also bears the soil and returns all the nutrients to the soil. That's fucking sick as fuck. That's smart as shit.
Standing up this season, so the fire's going to be above the ground and moving along. You follow me?
Yeah.
You don't want a cooker or a parboiler because that'll cook and parboil things.
Right.
Like insects.
Now, if you had a bunch of woody underbrush and etc., you wouldn't be burnt. You probably want to clear some of that out
beforehand. It wouldn't carry a fire.
Right.
If the thing about
some of the best mushrooms are triggered by burns. Ooh.
But it'll go out as soon as it runs out of fuel.
Well, I'm trying to get more suburbanites to burn. That's where my thing is. So I just don't want them to burn their house down because that's what people would normally presume. Aren't you worried about burning your house down? Well, no, you get rid of the heavy fuel if it's accumulated, if you haven't burned it in a while. And then with stuff like this, once this all dies back, goes brown, you're not going to hurt the roots. You just light this up and you get a low burning fire, huh?
And it's easy to control because it goes out when the fuel runs out.
Right. You're not doing it when it's hot and windy out.
I like a little breeze.
Little breeze.
I like a steady breeze. Steady because it needs oxygen. And so you need to get and particularly when I don't have a lot of fuel. So you want to carry that through the system so that it burns. You'll notice.
Hey, Roll the D, how you doing?
Notice there's Soligo canadensis there, and we also have Soligo altissima. I think most of this is canadensis. We saw some altissima somewhere back over here.
How can you tell the difference between altissima and canadensis?
Well, see, canadensis has.
Okay, this is where this channel in particular, I'm going to shout out this channel, chat, because I love this guy, genuinely. It's called Crime Pays with Bonnie. He talks about, like, the importance of, like, prairie plants growing in suburbia and killing your lawn and all that stuff. He's pretty fucking based. I've just realized there's no fucking CC on this. But this is where this channel gets, like, a little, like, confusing because he starts saying, like, all the names of like the Latin names of all the plants, and he knows every plant. It's completely insane, chat. I've never seen anything like it. It's literally like every single plant, he'll be like, oh, there's the dendrus, there's the botombo, there's the and all that. And I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck he's on about.
You see, here's canadensis. You see how the involucres here, they're less than 2.8.
What are you on about? Imbalukas? What's he on about?
This kind of graceful, they kind of bend over and are kind of graceful. See how much bigger they are? And they tend to be more sticking up straight. So there's a strong difference.
What is that? What's that plant, chat? What is that? Solidago altissima. What is that? Goldenrod? That can't be goldenrod, right? Is that goldenrod?
Filaries, there's 2.8 for at the most for canadensis, and usually 3.2 for altissima.
Oh my god, that's one of the best tattoos I've ever seen. Oh my god, he's got a ruler on his finger. That's one of the best, smartest tattoos I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. Oh my god. As soon as I can afford a tattoo, that's what I'm getting. That is actually what I'm gonna get. Hello, cat made entirely of urine. How you doing? It literally is. It's goldenrod. Or if he breaks his finger, then you get it on another one, obviously.
And usually
if you also, what do you mean? What if he breaks his finger? If he breaks his finger, hopefully he'll get it put in a cast and it'll heal straight again. What are you on about?
3.2 for altissima.
What if he breaks his finger? What if the sun explodes? What a stupid thing to say.
About 2 weeks earlier, generally.
Okay, so
what's wrong with you?
You got a different phonology, yeah.
That's
But
crazy.
burning is what enables all this diversity. I mean, you burn every year.
Oh yeah. You couldn't do it. Here's just plain old Grumman's ass.
It might not be the same length though. Completely incorrect. What are you on about? What are you on about?
Symphyotrichum lateriflorum.
Do you not know? Do you know how breaking things works?
Well, you've got your Culver's root, Veronicasum virginicum. You've got your Coreopsis tripteris over there.
I see some prairie dock over there.
One uni-level
And this is
module I
also
took
you
on
would
botany
burn
was
and
taught by the
just
most
throw this
boringest
stuff
guy ever.
burn.
Which is why you want to learn it from this guy, because not only is he not boring, but also he gets extremely excited by the concepts of being amongst flowers. It's really good, actually.
And then scattering seeds.
Scattering seed and burning, yeah.
And you only got the fire department called on you how many times? And
Initially they call out every year.
that was in the 80s. You've been doing this for
80s,
roughly 30, 40
the
years
cops
now.
come by. Most of the cops were things like, we got a complaint, could you kind of shut this down? I know, the thing is, you know what you're doing and stuff, but so the cops felt kind of bad about it, but they had a complaint. So, so I asked a cop one time, I said, well, what if I had a complaint?
Had the family light some gauze, proceeded to catch dry material underneath.
Shut him down.
Okay, wow.
And he kind of.
There you go.
Yeah, he didn't know what to say. Because some guy mowing his lawn, I'm maybe sitting out here trying to read a good book or something, and you got some guy out there with a blower.
Case in point, listen to this shit, man. It's just fucking God.
So what if I called and complained on him? What would you do? Well, you know how it is.
Yeah.
They do what they do.
Right. But now, basically, I mean, you burn every year. You kind of never know whether it's going to be fall or spring, but generally fall. And you've just had, I mean, you got like a nature preserve in your backyard. I mean, and very few invasives, very few non-native weeds.
Well, gee,
Great this.
There's the Smilocynus scalata, the fault Solomon, the starry fault Solomon seal. See how canadensis looks? These branches actually kind of almost are sticking out straight, and how slender they look.
Yeah.
Compared to the
altissima. Yeah.
Autism said the fucking CC. Autism.
This was that false Solomon seal.
That's a false Solomon. No, that's the starry false Solomon seal.
The asparagus family. Ooh. Asparagacea.
So you think more people should be doing this? I mean, it seems it's a pretty easy approach to creating a beautiful place. But
I'm not going to tell people what they want to do, but I like it. I like the beauty of the diversity, and I like the fact that every year it's a little different. It probably takes a certain psychology of the mind to not be upset by the fact that some people think this is weeds. You have to just sort of not.
This is a thing I think about a lot, chat. Like, how many of so-called weeds are actually like damaging to plants and stuff like that. Like, I think about that a lot with like permaculture and like plants growing around each other and all like native plants that are just like, you know, doing well for each other and shit like that. And it's like, hang on a minute, like how many of these plants that are called weeds being in the presence of like other plants, how is it hurting them? Do you know what I mean? I can understand if there were like vines, like parasitic vines, but when it comes to like certain plants, like dandelion's considered a weed, isn't it? Like if you see some dandelion growing up in like a cornfield, they'll get rid of it. But what's that about? Like, why is that? Why do they do that? Does it harm the field or some shit? Any more than the over farming of a monoculture? You know?
I'm not offending anybody because you don't have to come back here to get offended, right?
Right.
And so, you know, I just do what I do, and it just makes me happy.
Plant fascism, right? That's what I'm saying, Crystal.
You definitely have the coolest yard I've seen in the Chicago region. Jerry, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
They do. They need to. The plants need to grow alongside different plants. Yeah, they really do. They really do. Anyway, chat, we've had a little bit of a look at some permaculture stuff. Probably going to stop watching that Hugh Richards guy because he's just a bit boring, isn't he? You know what I mean? It's just not for me. Like he's got a very sort of like monoculture mindset. I don't really think he's very permaculture based. I like things like that last video where the guy was like scraggly, he's like killing his lawn and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff I like. Anyway, listen, chat, you've all been very, very well behaved, and I really appreciate all of you, and thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. It is the end of the stream. I know this sounds like, you know, very early end to the stream, but it's not, because I started at 4 o'clock or 5 minutes past 4 or something like that. And I've got to go. I've got to get my stuff ready and head over to my gran, who is currently looking after my mum's dogs. And yeah, that's going to be that. Weeds thrive in ecological niches where they serve purpose. They evolve for it. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Shake. Anyway, the fun doesn't end here. We're going to go and raid the wonderful Kara Chats. So please copy and paste the raid command. Come with me. Join us as we go and show some love to our sweet Kara. She's playing some Baldur's Gate 3, and she is amazing. She's done an elf cosplay. Can you imagine? So there you go. Gold Orchard is right. All about perspective. Dandelions are literally farmed in some places. Correct. It's been lovely hanging out. Nice to catch a start for a change. Yeah, chat. The streams are gonna be in this fashion for the next couple of days. The next week at least is going to be streams like this. If the streams keep doing well in terms of like people who are here and also donos and shit like that, you best believe I'm going to be continuing doing it at this time. But thank you so much again for all the donos. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. So many awesome things today. Thank you for the bits. I had some bits today. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for lurking. If you're watching this VOD over on YouTube, please like, comment, subscribe, share it. Really helps me out. But in the meantime, I will see you on Sunday for Red Planet, and then again on Monday here, 4 p.m. UK time for another Mule stream. Mwah. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.